12 guys are planting trees on the side of a mountain in Washington State. And there's a herd of elk at the bottom of the mountain. And all of these guys see this classic UFO come up the mountain, hover over one elk. The herd scatters, but one elk doesn't. It just stands there. And then without anything between the UFO and the elk, it picks the elk up and it's gone. The guys all say, F this, I'm out of here. The whole group of planners leave. And the manager for the company says, whoa, guys, hold on, what's going on? So they call MUFON out, Mutual UFO Network. They bring some investigators out and they interview these guys one by one. And they all say the same thing. And they say, what we're afraid of is we're next. They just took that elk, but we're next.
Wait, stop right there. Did you just hear what he said? We're next? This isn't just some campfire ghost story. This is a group of grown men, professionals, terrified out of their minds because they just witnessed a flying saucer snatch a massive elk right off the mountain. Think about the sheer power it takes to levitate a 1,000-pound animal in complete silence. If these entities can take an elk without a sound, what's stopping them from taking you? The chilling realization that we are nothing but livestock to a higher predator is absolutely terrifying. This changes everything we know about the food chain.
So that's in the movie. Keep that in your back of your mind. There's a guy named Carl in Wyoming. He's hunting in the Medicine Bow National Forest alone. He sees some elk 100 yards away, lines up with his rifle, boom. And he says, Dave, it's like everything went into slow motion. I see the bullet come out the gun about 3 or 4 feet, and it drops to the ground. He says, I walked over, and he goes, the elk didn't move, and I pick it up, the bullet.
Hold on a second. A bullet fired from a high-powered rifle just dropped? We are talking about a projectile traveling at thousands of feet per second, abruptly halted by an invisible force. This completely defies the laws of physics as we know them. Is it a localized distortion of space-time? A highly advanced gravitational manipulation field? The fact that Carl could just walk up and put the pristine bullet in his pocket means these beings didn't just dodge the shot, they literally paused reality. We are dealing with an intelligence so unimaginably advanced that our deadliest weapons are nothing more than slow-moving toys to them.
I put the bullet in my pocket, and then 2 alien-type entities walk up to me, and they engage them in mind speak. And what they do is they eventually take them on a craft, and they take the elk on the craft. And it's like the elk are frozen there in time. And they have him march behind a screen. And they said, we don't want you. You're going back, mind of mine. And he goes, what's going on? He goes, you're going back. He says, the next thing I remember is falling 10 to 15 feet, he's guessing. He hits his shoulder, probably displaces it, and he rolls down a hill. They're already searching for him because he's missing, his wife, the sheriff. And they take him back, and they take him to a hospital. And they're taking x-rays, and he had tuberculosis scars as a kid. Those are no longer there. And he had other medical issues that are completely cured. The investigators came out, and the Wyoming Department of Law Enforcement looked at that bullet and did an exam on it. And they could not figure out what that bullet hit to make it deform in the manner that it did. I have pictures of it in the movie. It's very odd.
See if you can find are the pictures online?
I'm looking.
Of course you are.
If you go to Tubi, T-U-B-I, Missing 411, The Hunted, the movie's there for free. You guys could watch it.
Also, check out Gearheads Gone Wild. It's my friend's show.
Okay, so no tuberculosis scars, the bullet. So I'm talking to Carl, and I said, well, why do you think they sent you back? He says, well, I think it's because I had a vasectomy.
Wait, did you actually catch that? They rejected him and threw him back simply because of a vasectomy. This single chilling detail exposes a terrifying hidden agenda. These beings aren't just visiting Earth to study our culture. They are running a massive, covert, intergalactic breeding program. It implies that the thousands of healthy people who vanish without a trace in national parks every year might literally be taken as biological livestock. If Carl's reproductive system was intact, he would have never come back down that mountain. The brutal reality? We might just be walking DNA repositories waiting to be harvested.
I said, oh, did they say anything to you about that? No. Okay. So he was 91 years old when I interviewed him, sharp as a tack.
How old was he when this encounter happened?
I think he was 38, 39. And again, this happened in the Medicine Bow National Forest.
Where is that?
Medicine Bow is directly, I'd say about 75 miles northwest of Cheyenne. So at about the same time, the Air Force Base in Cheyenne is having a group of cluster UFO sightings above the ICBM sites. And that was never made public at this time. It was 30, 40, 50 years later through Robert Hastings and other Air Force personnel came out that these documents started to show up. So Carl would have never known what was happening at the same time these things in Cheyenne were happening. And then you think about what's going on in Wyoming that would cause this. But really the epiphany to me with Carl is there's a lot of people in the woods that are found, quote unquote, they fell. They always fall alone. And they always fall in places where if you and I are in the woods, we're going to be pretty careful when we're alone. We're not going to be walking off a cliff. We're going to be careful. A lot of these people are found under very unusual circumstances, dead at the bottom of an area that you just don't think makes sense. And they couldn't be tracked. So with Carl, when you think about him being taken, a hunter, hunting elk, nobody gets seen, nothing's heard. So I did a circumference around the area where he went, and it's in the movie. There's a group of German hunters. Carl was German hunters that have disappeared. Nobody else but German that have disappeared in that area. And then when you look at the scope of what I've done in my work, I went backwards and I found there's a lot of German people that have been abducted, more than the normal population of people. And these German hunters really were the opening valve to me that something odd was happening with German.
What do you think that is? Why German?
This is where the story goes from weird to absolutely mind-blowing. Why specifically German hunters? Is there a terrifying genetic harvest happening right under our noses? Think about the chilling historical rumors of Nazi occultism and their obsession with finding ancient otherworldly technology. Could there be a bloodline connection that these extraterrestrial entities are tracking down? It's completely insane to think that alien beings might be profiling humans based on their ancestry for some twisted intergalactic experiment. The sheer statistical impossibility of only German descendants vanishing in a vast American wilderness is a glaring red flag that something much darker is at play here.
I really wish I knew. That's probably outside my pay grade. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of rumors about the Germans having associations with aliens.
Oh, during the Nazi times? Yeah.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of like weird occult stuff going on with the Nazis, right? And they were making like what looked like a UFO. They were constructing these things that looked like flying saucers.
Right.
Yeah. You know the Travis Walton case?
Oh, very well.
Yeah. I have his bobblehead. He came in here. That's another guy that went missing in the woods, and it's a similar story. He was taken aboard some sort of a craft, multiple witnesses, including people who hated him. One guy who he actually got in a fist fight with earlier that day. And they all told the same story. They all passed polygraph tests. He shows up days later with this crazy story that he had been hit by a beam of light. They took him aboard this craft, fixed whatever happened to him, and communicated with him, and then dropped him back off.
I know Travis well. In fact, I was doing a conference in Phoenix, and he brought his son to the conference because his son wanted to meet me because a lot of my work focused around things that happened to Travis. And I think Travis's case is probably not unique And there's probably thousands of people out there that just don't want to talk about it. They just want it to go away.
Because it's too weird and because you feel like a fool.
Yeah, that, and I think maybe they're afraid that they're going to get pigeonholed as what you just said, odd, strange.
Yeah. You're a crazy person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the Travis case is very interesting because, I mean, this is just, I mean, I'm just saying this, but most people who lie, they lie about a lot of stuff. They don't just have one crazy lie from the 1970s that they keep repeating exactly the same way and have witnesses. You know, that's, the whole thing is very strange. Also, the fact that he went missing in the woods and then showed up multiple days later, there's nothing wrong with him. He's not dehydrated. He's not starving to death. He's fine. He's just weirded out. And he has this crazy story. And it's not like his story is unique either. That's what's very strange. The people that have been abducted, they all have very similar stories. They have similar stories about medical examinations, being taken aboard a craft, things communicating with them telepathically. You know, there's no like delusions of grandeur, like you're the chosen one, you're unique, you're Neo, you're the one we wanted, we came here for you. There's nothing kooky like that. It's all just they want to know what's going on with the human species. And they find a specimen, they do an examination, and it sounds completely insane.
They were showing me objects that were flying at, and granted, I'm not an astrophysicist by any stretch of imagination, but they were showing me things that were flying at speeds that were just, that nothing compares. And the angles that they were taking would literally, and I've said this before, and it grosses people out, but it would turn you or me into a ketchup package. I mean, you go this way, and then boom, you're going this way, and we have no capability of any of it. And now I've been briefed so many times in different groups. We scrub missions because these things are out there. And then we tell everybody that's involved to keep your mouth shut. And then if you're a pilot and you come back and say, hey, I've seen this, you immediately pulled off the flight line. I'm not a pilot or military person, but flight line is what I call it. They're not able to fly, and they're given a psych evaluation. And they're given an 8-hour, they call it a debriefing. I've been told by some of the officers that have been involved, it's really just an interrogation. And then you got that hanging on your record. And,
so it influences them to stop asking
they just keep their
questions.
mouth shut. I literally had a guy tell me, Joe, that he said his recorder, it was an older style plane, and I think he said it was close to his right knee. And when he got that on his recorder, he started smashing it with his right knee to discombobulate it, so that it wasn't even, because he didn't want anything. He did not need it. He saw it. He didn't need it on his record. Even if he saw it and it was on a dadgum tape, they drag you in. And so, myself, Luna, and Matt Gates went down to Florida to be briefed by. Matt was told that some pilots had seen some things and they had some photographs, and so we go down there and again we go in. I told Matt, I said, Matt, they don't give up this stuff easy. We're going to go down there, and I have a bad feeling they're going to turn us out. Well, we went down there, and Joe, they briefed us on some very very serious issues that they were dealing with the Chinese and communist infiltration and things going on around Florida in the ocean, but they did never have they wouldn't bring the pilots in. And Matt said, "Hey, I understand all this, but this is not why we came down here." And Matt's you can say what you want to about Matt Gates, but he's a great orator and he's a great attorney, and he just started flailing on them. And he told them, he said, "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to jerk me around." And I said, "I'm going to subpoena you all. We're going to call you all back to Washington." And I remember looking over in the corner at the suits, and I said, I called them spooks because they were obviously some sort of military intelligence or CIA. And I leaned over to Matt and I said, "The spooks are getting nervous, brother," because they were kind of shifting around. And they shut us down. They said, "No, we're not going to do it."
This moment highlights a chilling reality about the UAP transparency movement. the immense friction between democratically elected officials and the shadowy military intelligence complex. When a U.S. congressman's threat of a subpoena is bluntly ignored by military personnel, it exposes a deeply entrenched hierarchy operating completely outside of public oversight. This isn't just a story about aliens. It's a profound commentary on government secrecy, compartmentalization, and the frightening realization that those in charge of the country might not be the ones holding its biggest secrets.
And Matt said, I'm calling whoever Big Air Force was. Matt was on one of the military committees, and he called. And hour later, they stuck us up in this room and had microphones under the desk. I remember Luna reached under and unplugged them. And they had a nice fruit tray that you paid for it, taxpayers. Thank you very much. So I went into it like a jackass eating sawbriars. I was just eating. I didn't care. And so finally, it came back in an hour, and the guy says, I don't know who you all called, but you're going to get your briefing. They're bringing the pilots in. And literally, they brought these pilots in, and they were in their flight gear, and they had just come out of the planes. And they were the ones, and they described things, and it's been reported now. It's been reported in public, but it was these craft that were hovering for extended periods of times and could shoot straight up at incredible speeds that we don't have capabilities of doing. And those are the kind of thing. And too, this was military people. These were top people. These are like the equivalent, not, they just some of our top people. And I know folks are going to say, well, it's probably the Russians. Well, if it's the Russians, dadgummit, they wouldn't be tied up down in Ukraine for how many years? And Putin's such an egomaniac, he'd fly a saucer to Pennsylvania Avenue, get out and probably wrestle Trump in the front yard or something, bare-chested, ride a unicorn or something, I don't know. If it's China, they'd own us, even more than they already do. And then people say, well, it's ours, Birch. It's just ours. They don't want to release it. Well, think about this. President Trump, and he should have, and I give him great credit for that pilot that got knocked down over in Iran, we spent untold millions of dollars to bring that cat home, and we should have, because it sends a message to our enemies, and it sends a message to our fighting men and women that we're not going to leave you behind, as many presidents have done many times. There's no way on God's green earth that they would risk a $500 million aircraft with something flying around it and risk those guys' life and all that training to put these guys in harm's way. And that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, these things are buzzing cockpits. It's not an everyday occurrence. It's in certain areas, and that's where the deep water thing comes in, the deep water bases. I was sort of misquoted. I was just telling what I was told, and but it makes a lot of sense that these deep water areas are where we see a lot of sightings, and we've seen craft underwater that do something over 200 miles an hour that are on the sonar pickup are as big as a dadgum football field. And the best we don't have anything big as a football field, maybe in length, but not underwater anyway. And the best we can do is maybe upper 30 mile an hour, maybe something like that. I don't know. But 200 miles an hour, that's just out of the question. And these things don't have a heat signature. And I hope though that they release some of the footage that we've seen and some that we haven't, that we've been rumored that's out there. What I'm afraid though, it's going to get so sanitized and it's going to get cleaned up. I mean, even Obama, he said, yeah, there are aliens out there. And then in a recent interview I saw just last week or so, he's backed up on that. Oh, I was just kidding. You know? And
I saw Trump when he was getting interviewed. He said Obama shouldn't have said that because it's classified. He goes, but I might release it. I might make it unclassified.
And I hope he does. And I told him that. I talked to the president about it, and I said, Mr. President, it's like layers of an onion. You just keep peeling it back. And I hope he does, because
he might be the only one that would ever
only
do
one
it.
with enough guts.
Yeah.
Only one, because he's not beholden to that bunch. All they've done is try to bury him.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So when these men came to you and they hooked up the computer to your television and showed you, did they tell you why they wanted you to see this stuff?
They just thought I should know about it because I was asking the right questions. And then shortly after that, I was go ahead.
I'm sorry. Were you told that you were not supposed to tell people about this? Were you?
No, but it's interesting. I had that deep throat moment. Not the porn version,
right.
the Richard Nixon moment. Where I was walking in the tunnel one day, and a person came up to me, and it's always a friend. It's always a friend that does this, and said, it was just the strangest conversation, and I'll never forget it, because he said, Burchett, he said, you know, you're really pushing on this UFO thing. And I go, yeah, I am. He said, do you really think we need to do this? And I just kept listening. When I was a young man, I'd have run my mouth and said, oh, shut up. But I listened to what he said. He said, I mean, you know, this could upset the religious community. And
Have a nice disclosure.
Yeah, he's like little quirky, like alien face engaging. It took him 5 minutes. I love it. Yeah, so this book is not about aliens, and some people get disappointed. It has an alien on the cover because people think of disclosure with aliens right now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really about what you know, what we can find out by going into our inner space. Like what we can find out by tapping into our own wisdom and our own experience and not waiting for some authority figure to say, hey, this is what's true, and now we will reveal the great secret. Because honestly, when that happens, which could be literally tomorrow,
Might be today.
It might be today with the release of the files.
No, they're going to tell us.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of redacted stuff and flood the zone with shit. But
Yeah.
But when that happens, it's not going to matter. Because when someone tells you something and they say it's true, it doesn't matter until you experience it. You know, it doesn't matter until it matters to you.
Right.
And
Yes,
so
that's a good point.
And so I think that disclosure, if you want to have a nice disclosure, it's really about learning what matters to you and disclosing all your own weird shit to yourself.
Diana Walsh Pasulka drops a profound truth bomb here. True disclosure isn't about waiting for a government press release. It's about unlocking our own inner consciousness by urging us to stop waiting for authority figures to validate the extraordinary. She shifts the power back to the individual. It's a compelling challenge to embrace our suppressed weird experiences like psychic phenomena or UFO sightings as valid data points. This Copernican revolution of the mind is exactly the paradigm shift the UFO community needs right now.
You know, all the weird thoughts, like you're talking about that guy in your head, all those weird thoughts that we have and the weird experiences we've had in our lifetimes that we sort of bury. We say that, like the thing about the ball lightning, like, I still forget that, and I've talked about it several times. We sort of say, well, that's not normal. That's not usual. So maybe it didn't happen somehow, but it did, you know. Or people who have experienced seeing UAP or UFOs, or people who are psionic assets, or people like me who have psychic experiences all the time. It's and how I suppressed it so that I could go in to get my PhD, and then it came up as a flower later. I think that the movement has to switch. Like we need a Copernican revolution where we're not looking for some authority figure to tell us what's true.
I would agree with that, but I also think it really helps if someone who knows more than you, who's honest, can tell you what's true. What I was kind of getting into, I agree with that, but what I was kind of getting into is this idea of retrocausality. If all timeline exists in the future, these things that people keep experiencing, which if you just extrapolated from what we understand about evolution, from ancient hominids to current human beings to what do you think we're going to look like? Well, that's what I think we're going to look like.
Yeah.
These very frail things that don't need muscles.
Big
that have very
heads,
big heads.
kind of like weird arms.
And communicate telepathically. I mean,
Yeah.
it seems like, and they don't have any gender. It seems like that's the direction that the human species is moving in. Like, so if you thought of this whole idea of time going in this figure eight loop, then you would consider, oh, is that us?
Yeah.
Joe Rogan brings up the mind-bending retrocausality hypothesis, and it completely reframes the extraterrestrial debate. What if the classic gray aliens, with their frail bodies, massive heads, and telepathic abilities, aren't from another galaxy, but from our own distant future? Extrapolating human evolution leads exactly to this futuristic, post-gender, highly intellectual being. If time operates in a figure-eight loop, then encounters with UFOs might just be us visiting ourselves. It's a beautifully terrifying concept that blurs the line between science fiction and evolutionary destiny.
Well, so that hypothesis is one of the many hypotheses, but I think that's a really good one, at least for the grays. you
Yeah.
know, at least for what people describe as the grays. I think people have described other kind of beings or creatures. And there's this guy, Michael Masters, who studies that.
Yeah, I've had him on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the thing is, okay, so what if someone says that's the truth? It's still like, it's the same problem I have when I tell people, like, look, all of us can basically get information from the future. And so can photons. Like, it doesn't matter until it matters. It doesn't matter until you make something. It doesn't, it doesn't matter until you make something. Like, you show that something works, that uses this principle, then people believe it. It's like general relativity. Lots of people don't know what it is, but we have GPS. So we kind of have to say that's real. But someone saying something and making something with it are two different things. And so I'm very impressed with what people like Anna Brady Estevez, who used to be at the National Science Foundation, is doing. She made this company called, I guess I don't know much about money companies. It's like a fund, some kind of investment fund called American Deep Tech. And she's like, I'm going to reverse engineer UFOs. Because that's making something from these principles.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe that's already being done.
Well, yeah, but she wants to do it in the private sector outside of, the big contracting companies.
Attempting to reverse engineer
Well,
a UFO?
she's not. She's building a fund that's trying to invest in different companies that are using these kind of principles, like alternative propulsion or, informational time travel or these kind of principles, space-time metric. And so she's one of many people who recognize that we have to get sort of out of the top 5 contracting companies who are holding all the knowledge about this stuff. We have to build things and just go forward.
The conversation takes a thrilling turn towards the pragmatic reverse engineering UFO technology in the private sector. Pasulkas mention of American Deep Tech and the push to build alternative propulsion outside the secretive top 5 defense contractors is revolutionary. It highlights a growing frustration with governmental gatekeeping. If we want to prove these advanced physics principles are real, we can't just talk about them, we have to build them. This capitalist approach to cosmic technology might just be the catalyst for humanity's next leap.
Have you been paying attention to this news about these UFO researchers and scientists that are going missing? Yeah. What do you think of that?
Don't top doctors go missing. Don't top physicists go missing. Don't fucking astronauts. All these fucking people who are in
Facts.
power positions, not even just position of high intelligence, knowledge.
Yeah.
They go bye-bye. The best heart surgeons on earth, 7 of them were on the same fucking plane that went down. What do you know? The best, whatever. They just found the cure for cancer. These 10 doctors, they're on a PJ to fucking who the hell knows where, and they go down.
Burchett's visceral ketchup package analogy perfectly captures the sheer terror and awe of these encounters. By casually dismissing the laws of inertia and aerodynamics, these UAPs don't just challenge our modern engineering, they completely break our fundamental understanding of physics. If these objects truly maneuver as described, whoever or whatever controls them possesses a mastery of gravitational manipulation that makes our most advanced fighter jets look like paper airplanes. It forces us to ask, are we looking at extraterrestrial tech or a secret earthly breakthrough?
Jesse wrote a good write-up about them all that I think explains the angle we would prefer to hear about, like conspiracies and UFOs and stuff.
So he thinks it's a conspiracy?
I don't
or he's
know that
laying
he's
out
saying
the
that,
possibility of it being a conspiracy.
Correct, and at least from that angle.
It's just crazy that all these top doctors and top things and physicists and just like these people just disappear.
One of them was a general who's also
He's the
Generals know shit.
He's the key.
Well,
he was in charge of, I think, the UFO program.
right.
If there
exactly.
is one.
If there is one. But if you didn't he just leave the house with just a gun?
I don't. Yeah, it's on the screen what he left with.
He took a red backpack, his wallet, and a .38 caliber revolver.
Left behind his phone.
He left behind his phone.
glasses, and
His
his
wife
smartwatch.
reported him missing within 3 hours. Despite FBI involvement, Air Force Office of Special Investigations, search dogs, drones, helicopters, horseback teams, FLIR sweeps, and 700 canvas households. No confirmed sightings of McCaslin has ever surfaced. Surveillance cameras covered both ends of his street. None captured his direction of travel. After weeks of searching, the only item recovered was a gray Air Force sweatshirt a mile east of his house. Testing could not confirm it was his.
So he was the first one to disappear, and then
He
the
has no
story is
DNA?
sort of.
No hair came off?
He was the first one to disappear, and then another one disappeared, and they're like, well, they actually might have worked together, and then every other day, it's like now another one and another one and another one.
Also, if you knew something that the whole world didn't know, like if you knew the human race was just a bunch of soul containers for some super advanced alien race that just uses us as a farm,
Yeah, here's
and you're
why
like, what's the purpose?
his name pops up is because his name was in the
We're
jump.
all
That's
just
the
an empty
emails.
body with fucking aliens hosting us.
This is where the conversation takes a terrifying dive from government cover-ups into pure existential dread. The soul container theory isn't just another internet conspiracy, it challenges the very foundation of human existence. Imagine if our entire history, our wars, our emotions, our technological advancements, is nothing more than a biological farming cycle managed by an unfathomable alien intelligence. If high-ranking officials actually uncovered empirical evidence that humanity is just an agricultural harvest for higher beings, the ensuing global panic would absolutely justify the most ruthless, violent cover-up in human history.
Hacked emails from Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman John Podesta revealed correspondence from Tom DeLonge naming McCaslin directly. DeLonge? I'm saying it wrong,
No,
right?
Tom DeLonge.
DeLonge.
Black 182.
DeLonge wrote that McCaslin helped assemble his advisory team, was deeply aware of what DeLonge was trying to achieve, had received a 4-hour briefing on the project. DeLonge added that McCaslin ran the laboratory at Wright-Patterson where the Roswell material was shipped. But that's all speculation.
And he was out on a boat, and I don't know, a battleship from an aircraft carrier, but anyway, he was out on a boat, and they were arming a sub with nukes. It was in the early part of that where the subs could launch nuclear weapons. And they were all out on the deck, and all of a sudden, there was just a cloud over him. He said he looked up, and he saw this humongous saucer in the air, and he said, Timbo, he said, if that thing wasn't 2 blocks long, I'll kiss your butt. And I said, and he described it to me. He said he gave the color, and it was the classic saucer. He said there was lights coming out of portals around it, and he said it made no noise whatsoever, and it just sat there and hovered, and they just looked up at it, and then it just went. It just went straight up, no noise, no nothing, no anything, and they all just like, what the heck was that? And so when they get back to port, the guys in the suits come on, the so-called men in black. they're just spooks, CIA or something, and told them, they said, this is national security. If you talk about this, you'll be in Leavenworth the rest of your dadgum lives busting rocks. And back then, the cell phone wasn't invented. Al Gore hadn't invented the internet
What
yet.
year was this?
It would have been in the 50s, or late 50s, I believe, or early 60s. So, but he gave me some descriptions. And after this came out, my phone, Joe, every day when this started breaking, somebody would call me and send me pictures of something, that's like a reflection or something, and, oh, come out to my house. All right, I'm afraid I was going to end up in a freezer in North Carolina or something, be somebody's dinner. And I was like, I don't want to go out there and look at it. Just send me a picture of it. And every day, but then I got a call from a guy who was Air Force, and I Googled him. He's legit. And he told me about a sighting he had. He was out, they were out fishing in Florida, and it was near where one of the military bases was. And this thing, and he described exactly what my buddy had seen. And he saw this in the, I think the early 80s or late 70s. And he described this craft that was just hovering, and it was just going along. And it was just going on a pretty good click. And he said these jets were trying to keep up with it. He could tell by the because he's an Air Force guy. And he was an officer, and it was legitimate. And I've since read the story that he told, but it was strangely identical in the color, the texture.
What color was it?
It was an off gray, I believe, and but it didn't really matter. But it was just the same one that they said. Could have been chartreuse for all I know. But they, but the size and the circumference and the dome on top and the portholes and just everything was just very, very similar to what this guy had told me about just a few weeks prior. And when you see identical things of people that have no contact with each other, to me that says something. And then with these pilots, they're risking their careers to come forward. And those engineers in Age of Discovery that come forward, their reputations and everything are on the line.
Right. These aren't rich people.
No.
They can't just retire.
No, and they're good folks. I've
Yeah.
hung out with them when they had the world premiere, which was something else. Me standing on a red carpet, a little out of place in that at a film festival.
Yeah. No, I'm sure. I avoid those things. They're weird. But this subject, when you talk about them appearing over bases, appearing over aircraft carriers, appearing over submarines that have nuclear capability, it kind of makes sense that if you were from another planet or you're from another dimension or wherever it is, and you're monitoring what seems to be the most intelligent species and the most capable species on the planet,
Right.
that when they would get access to something like that, like all the UFO sightings ramped up considerably after World War II. After we dropped the bombs,
We dropped the bomb.
yeah, there was a considerable amount of activity. That's when Kenneth Arnold first saw those things and talked about them as flying saucers.
Call them flying saucers.
That was
the
in
first time.
Washington State? Is that
Yeah,
what that was?
yeah.
There was the Go Fast video and the FLIR video and all these videos that show a craft that's moving the way you described this sport model moving.
Right.
Which kind of freaked a lot of people out with the way it rotated and turned.
Yeah, it does the belly roll, faces at the bottom towards where it's want to go, and then it takes off. And yeah.
It's exactly how you described all those years ago, which is really fucking crazy.
Well, that's the way it was.
But it's just, it's crazy because you had this story way, way, way back then, and everybody's like, this guy's just making things up. This is all cockamamie bullshit. And then you see those videos from these fighter jets, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. It's moving the exact same way he described. It's doing what he described in 1989.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's time to take a drink. Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers.
Because it's so weird. I can't imagine.
This moment is a resounding slap in the face to everyone who ridiculed Bob Lazar for 3 decades. Imagine the crushing isolation of speaking an earth-shattering truth, only to be branded a lunatic and a liar by the entire world and enduring relentless intimidation. Then 30 years later, highly classified U.S. military footage leaks and validates your claims down to the smallest detail. That casual time to take a drink isn't just a sigh of relief. It's the ultimate mic drop from a man spectacularly vindicated by history.
I mean, I've had so many conversations with people, and, one of the things that comes up is, do you think Bob Lazar is telling the truth? And I say, look, I don't know. There's no way I can know, but he doesn't seem like he's lying. I've been around a lot of liars.
Look, nobody can know unless you're there. I'm the biggest skeptic of all. Although if you look at Wikipedia, it says I'm a conspiracy
Theorist or
Yeah,
something.
a conspiracy
I think it
theorist.
says I'm a far-right podcaster.
Yeah, all right.
So-
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But, shit, I lost my train of thought now.
Well, basically, are you a conspiracy theorist? No, you don't even look at this stuff.
Well, if you have a lie, you have one lie, and it's amazing because you've told the same one for all these years.
It's
That's
a pretty
not-
detailed lie.
It's also not normal. Like, normally when people lie, they get bored with the same lie, and then they come up with another lie, and then there's some other story. You catch them. Eventually you catch them. There's some cockamamie new thing that they come up with, and it's the type of people that are that deceptive. I mean, it's just, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit the standard model of someone.
Well, there are other people involved with it.
Yes.
I mean,
That's also part of the
This is for the first time Gene Huff finally is on film, because when I had the test flight information, it was he was the first person I told about that. And, we were all able to go out and see it. And so everybody knew that I wasn't crazy. It was...
And then also all the confirmation that you were being fucked with. That, when you were in the gym, they would show up and open up your locked car doors and open up your trunk and leave it there so you'd go out there and see it. They'd go to your house when you weren't there.
Yeah, they were even
house.
right. They were even following George Knapp and I mean, all of us, anybody that had anything to do with it at that time.
Yeah.
They were keeping eyes on. It was
not just eyes, but a lot of intimidation tactics, just letting you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
letting you know that they could touch you.
Yeah. So I've really worked for decades to push this out of my mind, so it's always tough to bring it back, and talk about it. And although it might be funny now, it wasn't funny then at all. It was a really stressful time, and still is a very stressful thing for me.
I know it's so many years ago, but do you remember the thought that came in your mind when you realized that it wasn't ours?
Do I remember the thought?
Do you remember the experience?
Yeah, I remember
of
the feeling.
of recognize, because initially you saw the American flag sticker.
Yeah, when I saw the American flag, when I first went in, the first time I went in through the hangar door instead of around the back, slid my hand across it, saw the American flag, and I thought, oh my God, this explains the UFO nuts,
It's ours.
Yeah, this is ours. This is a new top secret fighter. We came up with a new propulsion system, and it explains everything because I never believed in flying saucers. I thought people were nuts. But when they started reviewing everything with me, I was trying to replace somebody, or they were trying to use me to replace somebody as quick as possible. And they had two directives. Directive one was to duplicate the technology with available material at any cost, which is verbatim what it was. And directive two was to be able to disable this technology at a distance at any cost. And, once you start thinking about that, wait, don't you guys know how the thing you built worked? And it's kind of like they left that out. That by the way, this isn't ours. And Barry is the guy that filled me in going, no, this is an alien craft. And we need to figure out how this works. Look at the technology here. I mean, this is decades, light years ahead of where we are. And it was a shock, really, to me. I remember going home that night and just laying in bed and reviewing everything that everybody said that day. And I really don't remember how I felt the following days, but it was just a different feeling.
Like the world just changed.
Yeah. It was, I don't know. I really can't put it into words.
Well, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine what that experience is like. And it's also very strange that they would bring you in and not specifically state to you that this is not ours. They just bring you in and just give you a directive. This is what you were trying to accomplish.
Well, they gave me a bunch of briefings. Everything was moving at a very fast pace, and I don't know why. I think I mentioned in the movie, right prior to I got there were Russians involved in it. From what I can ascertain, there was an exchange of information, and then we discovered something of great importance. And of course, kicked the Russians out and just held on to that information ourselves. And there was kind of a knowledge vacuum there. There was also an accident, and I was told I was replacing someone that was injured. I believe he actually died.
There's no record of who this person was, or has anybody ever tried to figure it out?
I don't know. I don't have any names. I just know that Barry told me, I'm replacing somebody that he used to work with, and he was without a lab partner for a while. So when I came in there,
How long's a while?
I don't know, but I mean, that brings up a good point. First of all, we're dealing with alien or another civilization technology, whether it, is from another dimension, another time, another planet. I mean, who really knows? So I'll eventually get to answer the question here, but wouldn't you think this place would be more like the Lunar Receiving Lab, where everything is white? So you can see a speck of dust. Everything is sterile. People are being extremely careful with what they're doing, but you're not seeing that. This is in now something akin to an aircraft hangar in the middle of the desert. There's dust on everything. People are taking everything nonchalantly. There's a friggin' poster about the thing. They're here, poster there.
And thank you, Luigi, for getting me that poster. We got to figure out a place for that and put it in here somewhere.
It's awesome.
Yeah, but I mean, they went to the trouble of making a poster. They actually,
I think right here.
That's a good place.
Right there.
That's a good
you
spot.
go.
Right
Yeah.
there.
but they actually cut one of the amplifiers out of the craft. So my point
This
is,
is in the film as well. You could see.
yeah, but my point is, it's so nonchalant at this point.
What a chilling display of sheer apathy toward a cosmic marvel. It's absolutely mind-boggling that a spacecraft capable of shattering our understanding of physics was just dumped in a dusty desert hangar, slapped with a generic warning sign, and hacked apart like scrap metal. This stark reality destroys all our romanticized illusions of first contact. It exposes either a terrifying human arrogance or perhaps the emotional paralysis of people who were forced to normalize the unimaginable.
When they first had it, it had to be at that level. And they became so used to it, so familiar with it, that, to them it just became like another, fighter aircraft or something from another country. So it must have been there a long time, is what my point is. Because, look, as soon as you have something that unique, you don't let it just sit there in a hangar and be exposed to the environment and have security people walking by and people touching it. I mean, it's in an isolated, sealed, secure environment. And they were past that. So I think it had been there for a decade or decades, a long time. And these guys were intimately familiar with it, not afraid of it, and knew what was going on.
So they essentially had gotten just completely acclimated to the fact that this craft exists, that it was there, and there had been relatively little progress as far as figuring it out and figuring out what it does and how to recreate it. So it just kind of sat there. And so
I think they were making very little progress. And I think they kept going over the same road again and again, and they probably had other experts there and just didn't. And I think the reason I got hired is because I was a guy out in left field that didn't necessarily follow what was going on. I mean, the biggest distractors to me anyway, in the story, are other scientists, other physicists. Well, they would have hired me because I'm the top guy in the field. Yeah, you probably are. But I think they hired plenty of you guys, and you just kept going down the same road and didn't do anything. I think they were looking for somebody that just would have some radical idea and just to push the project forward, because everything had stalled when I got there. And I think they were just in a desperate move to make some progress.
one of the things you talked about in the first podcast that I think is really important is that the only way for science to really progress is that these various scientists have to be able to communicate, and you have to be able to share ideas, and you have to be able to collaborate. But that's not how this was run because it was so top secret. Everything was compartmentalized. Like the metallurgists weren't talking to the propulsions people, who weren't talking to if there were biologics experts.
Right.
Like everybody
super
was
frustrating because I think I don't remember exactly where that started. Again, it's 40 years ago, but I think it started with the seats. And no, it started with the actual skin of the craft because everything looked like it was made from the same material. And I wanted some information about the skin, the superstructure of the craft. And they said, no, that's restricted. We need a reason for you to. I just want to see if everything is exactly the same material. And what I call the seats in the craft, I still don't know if they're the seats, but they might be. I think it'd be hilarious if they were actually something else. But I wanted some information on those, and that was restricted information too. There were other groups working on that. So they compartmentalized stuff so much. There was no exchange of information between any groups. I mean, you could submit a written response that your supervisor, in my case Dennis, would have to carry over, and they would have to approve, and you'd get a 2 or 3 line response from the other group. But that's not how science works. Science works on the free exchange of information, and they were just killing themselves with security, and it was really frustrating. It was terribly frustrating.
So was this a function of security people that are concentrated on top security that don't truly understand how collaborative science works?
Yeah, that's it right there. You can stop right there. They had no idea how that works.
Because it stands to reason that whatever that thing was made out of probably in some way interacts with the propulsion system and whatever controls that are in it, that this material has to be particularly unique.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And I suspected the material was an electric. You know what an electric is?
No.
Okay. Like a magnet, a permanent magnet is like, it's a magnet. It's forever, it's a magnet.
Right.
It has a magnetic field. An electret is a material that has a permanent static field to it, a static electric field to it. And I strongly suspected that the craft was made out of an electric. And I was not, because again, that's the material science guys, I was not allowed to connect that to. But that's so important to connect it to the propulsion system and how the propulsion system interacts with the amplifier or the emitters. And I wasn't allowed, the information I needed. So it was...
From Joe Rogan Podcast 2327, a mysterious structure beneath the Malibu.
There's a structure that's off of Malibu in the deep water that was available on Google Maps.
Was a structure.
And now it's blurred out.
Yep.
But it looked like there's openings in it. There's a top that's flat. It looks like
a base.
Looks like a base. Yeah.
If
now it doesn't.
Now it just looks like blurry water.
Yeah, like why does it look different now? Like what's going on?
With a gun to my head, all the weird stuff is in the ocean. It's not from another planet.
Really?
No, I don't know. Who knows? But it makes a lot more sense that the stuff we're seeing, it's the best place to hide is just deep water.
So not from another planet originally? Like maybe originally, and that's where they make their base?
It's hard for me to square how to travel great distances. It's hard for me to square that. I know that we've got the Albuquerque drive and warp drive and all these theoretical things about compressing space-time and all of that. I get it. But it's hard for me to think that that's solvable. But what is interesting is maybe another species evolved alongside of us a long time ago and has been here a long time and said, you know what, let's go. This is where we go to avoid cataclysms and geological instability. Let's go underwater.
That's a weird one, though, because what kind of technology are you utilizing? How did you achieve that level of technological superiority and not completely control man? Because if I was an intelligent species that was capable of developing bases under the water, I'd be super concerned at all the different things that human beings are doing to ruin things. Like if we had chimps that all of a sudden had flamethrowers and they were lighting the jungle on fire, we'd probably take their flamethrowers.
So we would turn off a nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
Right. So we talk about humans. If this theory is true that they evolved here, there were no humans. Humans are 300,000 years old. That's not. It would take whatever species a lot longer than that to evolve to this technological level. And we've seen the craft just zip into water with no displacement.
Right.
You know, where are they going? And there are unnamed whistleblowers, you know, anonymous sources that say there's a base near the Bermuda Triangle. The Navy knows about it. They know not to get close. It moves around a little bit. I'm going to do an episode on it soon because it's just too good not to. Corroborated by another biologist who said he worked with the retrieval team, and yes, there's stuff. And what this base does is, from raw materials, creates craft to go on specific missions. So there's always the question, you know, why is there a saucer? Why does it look like a pyramid? Why is it this? It's because they're custom built for a mission. And there's an AI and a species down there, and they say, all right, we're going to go survey Mount Hayes in Alaska. Super fascinating place. So we only need a scanning gear, some propulsion, and we just build it, fits in an orb, send it out, does its thing, comes back, and then it gets broken down to its parts. And then another mission, build it. It's going to be a triangle. It's going to be this or that. Does its mission, comes back. To me, that makes good sense. A good way to do that, a good way to conserve resources, not have to go out and get stuff. I like the theory. It's a fun theory.
It's a fun theory, yeah. It's a fun theory also that if you were creating bases here, like say if they're coming from somewhere else and they want to visit us, it would be far more logical to develop some sort of a base with resources and, you know, where you could observe things and they can exist there completely undetected, and then be able to go to wherever they're from back and forth. But when they're here on Earth, they would be undetected.
Right.
And the ocean is literally 70-something% of the Earth's surface.
And we've mapped, I think, 2 or 3% of it.
Yeah. It'd be a good place to hide in plain sight.
That's what I would do. And to make things from raw materials, meaning like molecular level stuff, you're totally off grid. You know, we don't need to strip mine. We got everything here.
Right. And if you have something that's a transmedium vehicle, so it doesn't displace the water, it works on some sort of a warp drive or something.
I think you have to get into interdimensionality then, and it gets a little wild. But if you're not displacing air or water, that means you're phasing through matter, which is theoretically doable because everything is mostly space.
Well, they said they've mapped things going under the water 500 knots.
Right, without making a splash.
Yeah, no ripples, no discernible waves.
Just Greg Louganis right in there, nothing.
500 knots under the water. The amount of energy you'd have to go through that much resistance of deep water, 500 miles an hour, 500 knots.
Right, look at how when they do missile tests from subs, how those things are just like, trying to get out of the water.
Yeah.
And these things just go bloop.
Well, that's the weird ones. But that would make you also think like maybe it is a hologram. Because if there are these transmedium things. But the thing is they're seeing them with radar.
Right, which means heat signature or mass.
Right.
Or electromagnetic displacement.
Or if it is some sort of photons, like some sort of a projection, would that not have some kind of a heat signature?
It would if it was ionized air. That would be plasma, so that was hot, if that's what it is. When they go into the water, we see them under the water for a second, and you don't see any refraction.
Right.
That kind of screws up the holographic projection theory a little bit, because there's no light refraction. So how did you do that? No, I'm asking you how do you do that. You've had physicists on here that I've seen go.
Well, the really crazy ones are the ones that the fighter pilots have seen, particularly Commander Fravor and the other people that were on that mission with him. So 2 separate jets. You have 4 people that are eyewitness to this thing, and then that there was something actually under the surface of the water, like an aircraft carrier, an enormous thing, that this Tic Tac is hovering above, and then that thing descends into the water. The Tic Tac turns towards them, jamming their signal, is hovering in space, and then shoots off at such an insane rate of speed that most of the things that we have on Earth would just disintegrate and fall apart just from the sheer pressure.
Yes.
Yeah, which is really fascinating. Because it's like, okay.
And they're the size of SUVs.
Right. So is it ours? And we somehow or another have some stuff that the mainstream drone manufacturers at the highest level aren't aware of yet? Is it ours? Is it like some crazy military stuff? Because if it's not, and it's coming from the ocean, like, what do you mean it's coming? What the fuck do you...
50 of them.
What do you mean? What do you mean 50 suburban sized.
So check this out.
UFOs are coming out of the ocean.
This is really funny. I've been working with this guy. We've been communicating on the Signal for a long time. Actually, he was through Proton. He was emailing me stuff about Virginia, the UFO crash in Virginia, and but he was anonymous. One day, I was like, he's really knowledgeable. And he was sending me stuff that was really helpful. Like, you should track down this flight because if it happened, it was going out of this airport, go to this base. And I was like, finally one day, I was like, who are you? And how do you know what you know? He goes, I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel. I was like, oh. And he goes, and I'm also an experiencer. I had an experience back in 1980, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
so
what happened to him?
He had a UFO encounter. It's in the movie towards the end. But anyway, he texted me yesterday, and he goes, James, I really want you to explain to me how the hell you orchestrated a UAP invasion right around the time your film's coming out. I was like, I'd really like to know how you did that. I was like, I know I couldn't.
Bro, do you know what kind of a budget you would have to have drones running in the sky all over? How many different cities are reporting it now? Like, what's the numbers?
It's exploding all over the place, and it's getting bigger. I've heard California. I've heard Europe now, bases in England, New York, New Jersey.
I've heard San Diego. I definitely wasn't there something in Ohio, right? Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They had to shut that place down.
Yeah,
that's Ohio. So I've heard New Jersey. I think Florida, right? That was the one that Ryan Graves showed us a photo of. That was from Florida. So, like, who fucking what's going on?
You know,
who fucking knows?
I was super busy. You know, I had the release of the film going on, and so I was like trying to focus on that and getting everything lined up, and it was a huge push. And all these text messages from all around the world are pouring in, like, what the hell's going on with these drones? And I was like, it's probably something conventional. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I was trying to keep on focusing what I got at hand here. And then I started getting more information coming in, more information. Then a buddy of mine called me, and he actually went to Brazil with me a couple of years ago. And he's like, bro, I live here. I'm seeing these things in the sky. I've seen them 7 times now. They're the size of an SUV. I was like, well, what do they look like? What do they behave like? He's like, well, they're making noise. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that quickly kind of eliminates, something non-conventional in terms of propulsion. But then I got reports of objects that didn't make any noise and that would go silent.
Say what kind of noise it was making?
Like a propellers drones would make, but loud, and they have a loiter, but they're big and they have a loiter time of hours. The average drone, like I fly drones for my films, is like you're lucky to get 25 minutes. These things are there for hours.
Yeah, 5 hours at a time.
They go dark when they're approached by other objects. They're not getting picked up on FLIR at times. And then some of them have no noise. I've heard crescent shaped. And then I heard about the ones that really got me because I contacted Christopher Mellon. I was like, Chris, what is going on, buddy? I really rely on him for good information. And he's like, I really don't know, man. It's a real shit show. And the U.S. government seems to be clueless right now. He goes, some of them are conventional. Some of them are misidentified conventional craft. But there are other ones coming in off the ocean that are up to 50. The Coast Guard and police department are reporting that truly remain a mystery. And then you had Schumer at a press conference just like it was yesterday. And then he's like, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And the guy goes, yeah, so it's a UAP. He goes, well, they're drones. He goes, well, you wrote the legislation. It's a UAP. It's unidentified anomalous phenomena. Why don't you just use UAP? I think they're using the word drone because UAP is almost too scary, like some kind of invasion's happening.
That's what UAP is, unidentified anomalous phenomenon?
Yeah.
So couldn't that be kind of anything? It doesn't even mean flying.
Well, that's the thing, because it used to be unidentified aerial. Well, it was UFO, unidentified flying object. Then it was UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then they're coming out of the water.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like this is nonsense.
So they said anomalous.
Why don't they just keep using UFO?
Because people associate UFO with otherworldly, and they wanted to remove that baggage and make it a little less scary. That's my personal opinion.
I kind of get that, but also it's just an unidentified flying object. If we find out what it is, then it becomes an identified flying object. It doesn't necessarily mean it's alien.
True, but
right? Like think of
people
the stealth bomber
jumping out of their windows right now if they said UFOs are invading the East Coast. You remember World of the Worlds back in,
that's true.
People were like jumping out of their
That's
windows.
A good point. That's actually a very good point.
So I think they toned it down. I think they're using the word drone, even though they're unidentified, just because of the fear factor. I think the fear factor is real.
Yeah. I can't help but cringe when I hear that word.
Oh, sorry. I didn't, the fear element.
It's so funny.
Sorry.
It was too much of a part of my life.
Too close to home.
So when did they start? Like, what was when was it acknowledged that this was an issue that was reoccurring recently? Like, obviously there's always been something in the sky. People
Yeah.
have always seen things. Who knows what they are? Whether or not they're, a lot of people see Starlink and they think it's
Yeah.
UFOs, right?
Yeah, of course.
But when did this drone thing that we're currently experiencing basically every day? When did it start?
A couple weeks ago, maybe
Just-
a month,
just a few weeks
maybe
ago?
a month ago. That's when I started really hearing about it. But
Jamie, is there like
I have
any sort of official answer to that?
I have something that
20th, 19th, something like that.
Is-
Mid-November.
Mid-November?
I have something that this is about an air base in Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003, and this is not an anonymous, but this is about incursions over. Listen to this. I promised this individual that I met at Seoul conference. He's a witness. He's a military guy. My name is Jeffrey Nusatelli. I served 16 years in the United States Air Force as a technical sergeant and a military police officer. In October 2003, my coworkers and I witnessed a series of extraordinary UAP incursions at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The initial event is known as the Vandenberg Red Square, and it was first mentioned during the historic UAP hearing held in 2023. The case involved Boeing contractors who witnessed a huge red square-shaped object, roughly the size of a football field, hovering over a missile defense system. The object was silent and had no visible means of propulsion. The contractors watched in amazement as the massive object slowly drifted east and vanished over the hills. I retained official Air Force records of the event, including the blotter form entry, which includes the names and contact information of all the witnesses, and provided it to select members of Congress, AARO, and the FBI. AARO is a new UAP task force, all-domain anomalous resolution office. After the initial event, several other UAP incursions took place at Vandenberg. I was on duty during many of the encounters, and I investigated the incidents as they unfolded. Now remember, this is not anonymous reporting here. They include a football field-sized craft that terrified security guards as it silently hovered over a launch facility before flying off at an unbelievable rate of speed. A brightly illuminated silent object that landed on the base flight line before accelerating instantaneously and disappearing into space. A huge triangular-shaped craft larger than a C-130 that hovered 50 feet over a police officer before it drifted slowly over the base. A blue-white liquid orb, roughly the size of his house, that hovered over his house on the base. The objects made no sound and had zero obvious means of propulsion. And he says, my experiences with UAP were awe-inspiring, exciting, and terrifying. I don't know why UAP are flying over our bases and our neighborhoods, but I do know the UAP phenomenon is of the utmost importance to all of humanity. I currently have 5 other military witnesses to the Vandenberg incursions that are all willing to testify tomorrow under oath that these statements are true. We need answers to this mystery and better government transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. Former United States Air Force Technical Sergeant and witness, Jeff Nusatelli.
Whoa.
Crazy, right? I mean, we're talking
That's
objects the size of a
bananas.
football field?
That's bananas. And then they take off insanely fast, just like the Tic Tac.
Straight up into space.
So this was it. What was the exact date of this?
This was 2003. There was a number of incursions during that year, up all the way into 2005. And he has the names, and they submitted it to the new head of AARO.
That's interesting because that coincides with the Tic Tac.
And by the way, you already have very senior people in our government that have said it's here, whatever it is.
Right.
But these things could also be from under the water. These things could be something that is as natural to Earth as the little beasties were, right, when we first discovered them. Maybe they've been here all along.
Right.
So
the ocean is largely undiscovered. One of the things that people need to understand is that most of the exploration of the ocean is really essentially around the outside edges.
That's right.
It's around the shores,
less than 10%. So
which is nuts.
a buddy of mine
90% of the ocean.
That's right.
Like what?
We know more about the moon than the bottom of our own ocean.
These underwater crafts, like this enormous one that apparently was near this oil rig, how many of them have been? Has there been more than one of those videos?
So let me tell you what I can say from open source,
Okay.
and then I'll tell you about a conversation I had without attribution because I don't want to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's, well, not say everybody, a lot of people are familiar with the Air Force's program called the Fast Walker. program, which is a program that was started by the Air Force, among other things, was to detect UFOs. That's a fact. Actually, that was part of their mission, to detect a lot of things, adversarial technology, but UFOs was one of them. It's called the Fast Walker program. There was some information that was released publicly about a similar program the Navy has. I can't talk about it because I don't have approval to talk about it, but obviously they're interested because they have equities underwater. They're interested in if there's anything underwater that can perform beyond anything we have. And I remember speaking to one individual who pulled me aside very privately, and he said, Lou, we were tracking this thing doing, and I won't say the exact speed, but hundreds and hundreds of knots underwater, and it was bigger than our own submarine. Right now, you know how big our submarines are, right? They're huge.
Yeah.
And I asked him, naively, I just kind of came out, well, what do you do when you encounter that? And he just said, very honestly, he said, we go around. Just like that, we go around.
Have there been interactions with these things?
We're not at liberty to discuss any details about that.
Right.
That's not for me to discuss.
So this thing is bigger than the sub, and they followed it for hundreds of miles.
Let me give you another great event that occurred. And I'll talk about this because it's not classified. The portions that might be, I don't know about, so it should be fine. There's an individual who I'm aware of who was a helo pilot, a helicopter pilot back in the late 90s in the Caribbean. And they were doing missile recovery. So what happened is that the Navy would test fire missiles, and then they kind of run out of fuel. They hit the water and they sink. At a predetermined time, they pop to the surface. We grab it with a helicopter, bring it back to shore, and we test it for telemetry and make sure that this cruise missile was doing what it was supposed to do. So they're out there in the helicopter, frogmen hanging down the line. You got the helo pilot, you got the crew chief, and the co-pilot looking all down at the bubble. And as they're about to grab this cruise missile out of the ocean, something huge and round, and what was described to me as black as a devil, starts to rise to the surface. The water begins to churn, very much like David Fravor's description of the Tic Tac incident and the roiling water. The frogman is so freaked out, he's literally trying to climb the line back up. He's like total panic at the disco, right? And the helicopter's like, do we do like an emergency ascent? What the hell's going on here? And right as this thing is about, and by the way, it's the size of a small island and round. Right as this thing is about to break the surface, it sucks the missile down and disappears.
Jesus
and that
Christ.
was, yeah. And Dave Fravor could probably tell you that story a little better than I can. But when you compare that to other things, you got to say,
imagine being that guy hanging from that line. Yeah, but it didn't do anything to him.
No.
I would have loved that experience.
Yeah, so that was one of the anecdotes that was revealed to us by one of the Navy helicopter pilots.
Who's that guy that was hanging from that?
The frogman?
Was he a SEAL?
I don't know. I only know the pilot.
Bro, come talk to me. I want to hear that story. Oh my God, a small island.
Yep,
black as the devil and a small island and round.
Yeah, submarines look like this, right? They're not round.
Right.
So yeah, so that was one of the anecdotes that was shared with us. Obviously Puerto Rico with the there's been some UAPs that have been recorded off there. Everybody knows about Aguadilla, the Aguadilla incident.
I don't know about it.
Oh, I'm sure you do. You don't know about the
Tell me.
Wow.
Trust me.
So you can look it up online. There's a video taken by a DHS helicopter of a very interesting object. At first, it appears to be like perhaps a balloon, but then it does all sorts of weird stuff. And as you're tracking it, it enters the water without making a splash. You can track it underwater. Then it comes up and splits into two. And it's been analyzed over and over again by a lot of experts. It's called the Aguadilla incident.
Maybe I have seen this. Is it kind of blurry looking night
There we
vision?
go. That's it.
Oh, wow.
And so keep watching that, and I'll tell you a little story about this. This is a Customs and Border Protection released this.
How fast is this thing going?
So if you look here, they're looking at this through a form of night vision. I don't know the exact velocity. All that is available. But if you keep watching this, something interesting happens. So here it goes. You're going to see this thing enter the water here. There he goes, underwater, and then it pops back up and splits into two. They're tracking it. See, no waves, no wake. And then it surfaces and then does something pretty interesting here. So keep watching.
So it's going high speed through the water.
Underwater. That's underwater. Then it breaks the surface of the water again. Keep watching. Boom, underwater, over water, boom, underwater, out of water, and then you'll see it split into two. So
I didn't see it split into two. Did you see it?
If you watch the rest of the video, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, the video is actually really long, but that's just one example. You know, this is these are, you can see all these videos. They're prevalent. They're everywhere. You see the aircraft on the bottom right. You see the UAP on top that's tracking it. No wings, no control surfaces, and it keeps up with the A-10 and does all sorts of interesting maneuvers. Right. So that's an A-10 Warthog.
And this thing's just following it.
Yep, like it's nothing.
Do you think they're trying to let people see them? Like, if you had a guess?
You know, I don't know. I mean, could it be a demonstration of capabilities? We do that, right? Every time a Russian surveillance aircraft comes by, we launch 2 F-22s and we get real close to it and say, hey, you know, be careful.
But not even from a military perspective. Like, if a civilization was trying to alert another civilization about its presence, wouldn't it like go towards whatever military vehicles it has and show itself? And then I would imagine that if they understand human beings, they understand our psychology, and they understand that some giant size of an island, black as the devil, circular craft that lands next to the Pentagon would fucking end the world. We would freak out. No one would know what to do. That would be stock market crash, mass chaos. No one would know what to do. The way to introduce yourself, I would imagine, would be gradual over a long period of time, to allow this civilization to accept the fact these things exist, and then slowly but surely show versions of themselves.
Yeah, we call that sensitization. You sensitize a population or environment. But, you know, the counter argument to that is that's a very human thing, right? We have, as humans, we always, it's almost innate. We look at everything through anthropomorphic eyes. We look at, you know, our pet dogs and we give them human names, and we do things like that because we assign human value to things because we have intentions and motivations. But most of nature isn't that way. Like, for example, when a shark bites a surfer, he's not wanting to hurt the surfer. He's just hungry. The shark's hungry. I don't care if you're a seal or whatever. You know, I'm not trying to inflict pain. I just want to feed my belly. Intent and motivation is a very human thing, and we have to, I don't want to say resist the urge because it's almost impossible to do it, but we have to recognize that there are things that may exist that don't have human motivation, meaning maybe they don't care about sensitizing us. Maybe they do, but maybe it's like a computer, right? Maybe it's binary. Maybe there's some sort of binary thought process, just information in and information out. So that's the one of the aspects I've always been very careful with, is to assign human traits to something that is very likely not human.
Herbert Walker was the guy that Hal Puthoff and a bunch of these scientists, he brought them together and said, we have recovered a crashed UFO on more than one occasion, and we have a back engineering program, and we're considering disclosure to the American people. I want you to list the positives, the positive impact of society, and the negatives.
Yeah.
And they did it with quite a few different scientists, and they all had more negatives than positive.
If they came out with this information, to share this information, what would be the effect on society?
Yes.
More negatives than positive.
More negatives than positives.
Because?
Disruption of religion, government,
how does
economy.
That disrupt religion?
Well, I mean, it depends on your religion.
I understand how it does. I just don't.
Depends on your religion. You know, and depends on where these things are from and what is happening. What do we know?
In the Bible, Ezekiel has golden chariots from the sky.
Exactly. Yeah, and a wheel within a wheel. Yeah, the Ezekiel stuff sounds like a UFO encounter. And it's not the only version of that in ancient texts. In the ancient Hindu texts, they have vimanas, these things that are flying through the sky. Like, what are those things? You know, in the Rig Veda, even in the Bhagavad Gita, there's all these depictions of these things that sound like you're talking about a spaceship, or at the very least some kind of technology. Like this thing about the Nephilim, like that the gods mated with women and created men who are monstrous. Boy, doesn't that sound like aliens came down and genetically manipulated primates and created human beings? That's a version of it that you could imply from the text. It's all really weird stuff, man. Like, really weird. If you found out that was all true, it would probably change everything about society. And this is what Herbert Walker and those guys decided after. So Hal Puthoff was explaining it to me on the podcast, like how they put a numerical value to each thing. I'm like, like we were that close?
Right.
Like, imagine if that happened. This is 1990, right?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but these kind of really weird things, as you put them, they excite you more than they give you fear. Would that be fair?
Yeah. I mean,
you seem excited. You get excited about different possibilities.
Yes.
I mean, I have people go, oh, man, no, Rogan loves these conspiracy theories. Like, I don't see him liking the conspiracy theories. I see him always being interested in an alternate way something went down and being interested and excited about that, but not going, no, never disengaging from it and going, no way, no, because I believe how it was and what I read, and that's how it is. That's not where you're moving from.
No, it's never a denial of information and facts, and it's also a recognition that oftentimes a large swath of society just goes with a narrative without having any real understanding of what the actual facts behind it are. And then there's that term, this pejorative term, conspiracy theory. The problem with that, calling someone a conspiracy theorist, is conspiracies are real. Like, there's a lot of evidence, and if you want to sit down, I could fucking show you a ton of them. And so anybody who says, like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, I'm like, okay, let's talk about conspiracies. Like, do you think that any of them exist? Do you think that people conspire? Is it like it's a natural part of human behavior that's been documented throughout history, even in governments? I mean,
sure.
Literally, the thing that got us into the Vietnam War was a conspiracy. It was fake. The Gulf of Tonkin, it was a false flag operation. It never took place at all. They lied to the American people. That's a conspiracy. Like, that's just one conspiracy that turns out to be true. There's a lot of them. The problem is people don't want to look like a conspiracy theorist. They've done such a good job of making it a goofy term that you don't ever want to attach to you. It can cause damage to your reputation.
Yeah.
If you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, fortunately I'm not, but if you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, you don't want to say anything weird like, hey, I think aliens are real. Like, people think you're a kook, and then they discount your opinion on everything.
Yeah.
But if you just know the actual facts, like people that don't think there's anything, that aliens are real, there's no way, we're alone, we've never been contacted.
Why not?
Gary Nolan, the guy who was on here yesterday that was talking about cancer research, he was also telling us about a piece of wreckage they found from a craft. Was it 1950 that they found it? Which one? The first one, the Silica one? So they have direct chain of possession of this evidence from, I believe it was 1950, and it was almost pure silica, and the magnesium ratios were so off that he said that this magnesium had to have been sourced from a place that experienced a neutron bomb every 2 minutes for 900 years. That's how off the isotopes were to magnesium that we find here on Earth. He's like, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to ever do that, but I'm saying this is from 1950. Like, this is a real piece of what they're saying is a wreckage of a craft, and it has a material composition that is impossible for a normal person to create in 1950. So what the fuck is this? And you say that to people, and they're like, oh. So Gary Nolan, who's a professor at Stanford, he's a professor in the what is his forensics? Is that what his he does cancer research, but what is his actual title? Stanford School of Medicine professor. Anyway, rock solid credentials, published, and people brought him this material, and they said, would you analyze this? Because you know all these different scientists. And endowed chair, Department of Pathology, Stanford School of Medicine. So when a guy like that is saying, no, this is a composition of this piece of wreckage that you can't make here.
Right.
They found a type of alloy that doesn't exist on Earth, and it has, on an atomic level, layers upon layers of whatever this alloy is. He's like, this cost billions of dollars to create, and they found it in 1970. Like, in 1970, no one had this. It's not possible to make. Like, maybe you can make it today, but we don't have the equipment to make it today. You could conceive how someone with enough resources could have that money today to do something like that, but it would be an enormous undertaking.
Yeah.
And this is a piece of craft that someone found from 1976. So when a guy like that is telling you, like, I'm not saying what it is, I'm not saying where it's from, but I'm saying this is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't add up to what we could practically do.
They supposedly do have something that crashed, and they supposedly do have biological entities that are on ice somewhere. This is according to these whistleblowers that work for the government, and now we're talking about it. I just don't know what's real. It's hard to know. And you talk about it, you feel like a moron, because it's like...
There's got to be something out there. Okay, we got to assume there's something out there. Whether or not, I don't even know.
Right, but should we assume that something's been here?
Yeah.
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 I think so.
Yeah, they've been here.
Well, I would come here. If I was from somewhere else, and I was like, what, imagine if you're like from some super advanced civilization that's completely abandoned war. There's no thievery. Everybody reads everybody's minds. There's no unfairness because they've worked all that stuff out. And it's just superior intellect because everybody's evolved for 1,000,000 years past where we are now. And you get the opportunity to see what a breakthrough civilization looks like, right when they're figuring out nuclear power, right when they're figuring out flight and war and cell phones and shit like that. Like, that would be like you and I going back and going and visiting the real Wild West, like being in a gold mining town in 1830. You know how nuts that would be? You know how fucking crazy. Be one of the minor 49ers in 1849, going all the way to San Francisco, and these fucking animals stabbing each other in saloons. Like, you know what that would be like?
That's insane.
The kind of barbarians that took a chance with wooden wheels getting pulled by a horse and went across mountain ranges to try to get to the gold. That would be like us going to visit that. Of course we would visit that. Of course. Like, if you had a chance to see what it would like to see Christopher Columbus land in the Bahamas, to see what that must have been like, of course you would want to see it. If you could go literally back in time and see primitive humans, well, if they're just like us, but they're like us millions of years from now, of course they would want to visit us. It would be so interesting. You imagine if there was a planet where we could go where we could see cavemen?
We go.
Would you imagine?
Fucking Musk would get us in an hour.
Yeah.
But it's...
Well, you can see guys making fucking arrowheads with flint for the first time and strapping them to sticks, giant fucking heads and big teeth, covered in hair, just figuring out tools. Oh, my God. We would be fascinated by those people.
The way I think about it is, listen, since I'm a kid, we're talking about Martians and aliens, right? Since I'm fucking 6, 7, I've been hearing about this. The moon landing was in 69, so I was 6. So it started after that. Like, I heard more and more about it. So what you mean to tell me is in 55 years we haven't found out more information about it? We know. We know what's going on. We know. NASA's not stupid. They know something's out there. They play with us a little bit from time to time. But there's something out there, my friend.
I think so, too.
There's something out there.
I think the other problem with the president knowing... can they keep things from the president? Of course they can. The president is only there for 4 years. And then he has to get in there again. And if he wins, he's only there for 4 more years. These fucking people have 30-year careers, 50-year careers in the intelligence agencies.
They know.
If they know something, and they've known something since, fucking Gerald Ford, why would they tell you? Why do you need to know? We've already been hiding this from the population for so long.
And those old-timers didn't need what's that when you have to sign something?
NDA?
NDA, like NAD, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, there was no
like,
NDAs back then.
There's no NDAs back then, so there was something to it.
Yeah.
There was something to it. You got that place in New Mexico. You got Hudson County, what we discussed before, with the Martians landing. You have all these places that have a higher volume. I wonder what's number 2 in UFO sightings.
I wonder what's number 1. What's number 1? Is it Hudson Valley?
Yeah, Hudson Valley by the George Washington Bridge, that whole thing.
That's crazy.
That's number 1. I wonder what number 2, number 3, and number 4 is.
It's interesting that a lot of them are over near where the ocean is. Because that's one of the big theories, that they have bases in the ocean. Because the reality of the ocean is no one's looking. If you have something on Earth, satellites can see it. Like, if you have something that's in the middle of Nevada, in some deserted area, and you have buildings, satellites can see that. They can see the structures. So you have to hide them. But if you have something in the ocean, nobody sees anything. We've only explored, what is the percentage of the ocean floor that we have explored? I think it's like 10%. I think it's somewhere around 10, maybe 20%. So that means that 80% of the ocean floor is undiscovered. We have no idea what's down there. And it's, a mile, 2 miles deep in some spots. If you're from a super sophisticated civilization that's millions of light years away, and you can come here instantaneously, and you have the ability to traverse in these what they call transmedium craft, which means they can go through air, go through water. Just it creates a gravity bubble around it and go through everything. That's what they think these things are doing. That's what they can go 500 knots underwater, just like nothing we have could do that. And if they have bases under the ocean, it makes sense that these sightings are all near the ocean. It just totally makes sense.
A lot happens in the ocean. That ocean's stronger than what you fucking think.
Yeah.
I love going to a beach and just sitting on the beach and watching the ocean.
2030.
Seabed 2030, what they've mapped out.
They've gotten 30% mapped. They're trying to get the whole thing done by 2030.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Oh, what if they find a base?
Yeah.
What if they get down there and they find bases? But the question is, like, why would we assume that it's a biological entity? It doesn't have any windows. It's this round thing that looks like a Tic Tac. If there is some sort of advanced propulsion system, some revolutionary way of moving through space and time that the U.S. government has developed, in some Black Ops program, that seems very likely impossible. That seems more likely than aliens visiting us. But there's more than one incident, and there's a lot of these things. And the possibility of alien life in the universe, although we've never experienced it, seems rational. It seems very rational. And if you were going to study an emerging civilization that is both primitive and warlike and yet insanely technologically advanced to the point where they have nuclear weapons, they can transmit video through the sky, they have propaganda, they have tracking of their citizens, like that's us. That's us right now. And while we are these territorial primal beings with fucking nuclear weapons, this would be a good time to start exposing yourself.
Yes.
And to stop this nonsense.
Insanity.
Yeah. And look, the reason why we named the rooms at our club Fat Man and Little Boy is because in UFO lore, that's when they started showing up. After the detonation of the atomic bombs in Japan, that's when the UFO sightings ramped up.
And they ramped up mostly in the U.S., right?
Yes.
So that's interesting because the U.S. was the nuclear power. So.
And we were the one who was doing a lot of fucking testing.
Yeah.
And also we have all these military bases. Who the fuck has more military bases than us?
No one.
Who has more nuclear weapons pointed at other people than us? We have them all over the place. And there's all these multiple sightings and eyewitness accounts of like very credible people who say these things have hovered over military bases.
It'd be pretty cool if these aliens were benevolent overlords. And they were like, hey, my children.
Yeah. Or maybe even so advanced intellectually that the concept of an overlord is preposterous. And they're just biological management. They're gardeners tending to make sure the weeds don't get out of hand and just like let this process continue to play itself out. Because this process of technological innovation it's the everything that humans do.
Yeah.
It's what we do at the pinnacle of our creation is we make better technology.
Well, I always wonder about fractals and whether or not, like, this idea of this being a simulation, this being, like we are kind of replicating, we are creating machines and doing our best to create them in our own image, right?
Yes.
And that's interesting. That's because the mythologies that we subscribe to are the idea that this God that we pray to made us in his image. Right. And we're doing the same thing now with robots and computers. And that's an interesting thing that we seem to have this sort of paradigm, this idea that that's the scaffolding for the way we think, right? And to what end? And why are we doing that?
Maybe it's
and,
the creation
has it
of
already
a new
happened?
life form.
But has it already happened? Are we the result of that impulse that happened a long time ago?
I think we are the shit-throwing chimps that are going to become the nuclear physicists.
That's what
we are the shit-throwing chimps from 2001 that
Yeah.
become Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think this thing that we become is integrated with technology. It's probably some sort of a hybrid. It's some sort of a cyborg.
That's wild.
Because I think we're already like on the verge of merging. All this talk of like Neuralink and all these various things. We watched this video the other day of this guy who was Googling questions and getting answers in his head with his headpiece on. Have you seen that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Incredible, right? So how long before that is like that's Pong
I know, but that's
and then you have the Unreal 4 engine in 2023 that looks like a movie.
No.
Like, how long before that technology gets to the point where it's just supremely advanced, and we literally are like gods?
But my question really is also the idea that that's engineering, right? That's a tool.
It's innovation.
But there's engineering. So there are two aspects to it. One is getting information faster and stuff, which doesn't get you closer to the truth, but it gets you information faster. There are endless facts. But more importantly, I always wonder, like, why we are given this. I really believe that human potential is pretty much infinite. Whatever you can imagine and beyond, we can do. And we are doing. We seem to be doing this. Like, think about how crazy that is. I can wear a headset and I can do things with my mind and look up the answer.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's magic. It's crazier than magic. But there's a way to measure that and quantify that and replicate that. So it's not magic. I can do it and I can tell you exactly how I get there, which is even crazier. So what is that leading us to? It is nudging us closer. It's like I think it's very significant that we're getting a better understanding of what it's like to be someone else.
Yeah.
We are. It's really hard to say that a Yanomamo Indian or whoever it might be thinks about things differently than I do, when I know so much about how all these human beings, like someone in Iran, someone in Jordan, laughs and cries and bleeds at the same thing I do. It's being prejudiced based on what that person looks like over there is becoming harder and harder to justify. Where it was before we knew about that, we were like, well, those people over there are quote unquote savages, or they're this, that, and the other thing. And I do think that we are getting a better understanding of what it's like to be each other and being nudged in the same direction. I'm not saying we don't become tribal.
I think that's true too.
But why? And it's interesting to think about where that's leading us to what understanding. And then when we have that understanding, what are we going to do about that?
Right. And are we going to pull it together? And are the aliens here to make sure that we don't fuck it up?
Yeah.
That's the beautiful idea. The terrible idea is that it's all us. And then it's all a big ruse, and it's all just drones that we're doing because we don't want China and Russia to know about it. But we have insane propulsion systems that operate on gravity. And
yeah. I think it is us.
But
I hate to tell you.
It seems like both. It seems like us, and it also seems like there's some shit that we just don't understand. And I don't know if those people are telling the truth. Because if the people that are telling the truth that there's biological entities, and this is what Jackie Gleason said that Nixon told him, and Nixon took him on they were drinking. You know that famous story?
No.
Who knows if it's true? It's a legend. But the legend is that Jackie Gleason and Nixon were drinking, and that Nixon said, "You want to see some fucking aliens?" And they get on Air Force One, and they fly to some Air Force base, and they go to a place where they have a crashed UFO, and they have biological beings that are in freezers. And Jackie Gleason sees this. And Jackie Gleason, after that, has a house built in upstate New York that looks like a UFO. He became obsessed with UFOs after that. There was a house, it was actually for sale at one point in time. Yeah, so he has this house that he had shaped like a UFO. And this is like, who knows if this is a true story?
Yeah.
Right? Because it's like, it was kind of sort of disputed. His ex-wife told the story or something like that. I forget.
I think that kind of thing is actually impossible to keep secret.
No, I don't think so.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
You think generational,
Yeah.
generations of government bureaucrats can keep something a secret?
Sure,
I don't
they
think
tell the people at the very highest level know about it. It's very few people. It's all very compartmentalized.
they're always-
They monitor everyone's phone calls, everyone's emails, everything everyone does.
Impossible.
At a top secret clearance level,
No way. Impossible.
I don't think you're right.
Totally impossible.
You're definitely not right.
I think it's impossible.
Listen, man, they can keep secrets.
When?
People
Which
at high
ones?
levels of military can keep secrets.
Yeah, but they're
People
always
that-
rotating out. They're retiring. They're dying.
Yeah, and they probably wind up fucking Hillary Clinton and a lot of those dudes.
Hey, listen, dude. This is not the.
That's a
this is not
verb.
Conspiracy Social Club.
It
This
might
is
as
the
well
Joe
be.
Rogan experience.
I am not willing to relinquish the idea that they could keep that secret.
Well, that's 'cause it's
I think
fun to
it's-
believe in.
Yeah, but it's not just fun to believe in. It is possible. It's a physically possible thing to do, especially if you have the right people and they're indoctrinated in the right way with top secret clearance. And by the way, it's not like these people don't tell their friends. And it's not like there's a bunch of stories floating around, because there
Right.
are. There's a shitload of stories
That's what I'm
floating
saying.
around.
But why would you like? I would never keep that a secret. I'd be like,
Well,
hey, you got
but here's
fucking
the thing.
aliens.
Here's the thing.
when you have senators and congressmen who find out about this, and they find out that military contractors are the ones who have access to this stuff, because the back engineering program has to involve someone who has the capability of recreating this. So who would that be? That would be the people that make jets. If you got someone who's making you a fucking a stealth bomber, and you have a crashed UFO, those are the people that you want discussing like what kind of things you've recovered from a fucking alien crash, and can this be replicated?
No, here's the problem with your whole
don't
theory.
you know me, motherfucker? Because you don't know. You might be wrong.
This is your wrong. No.
Don't say you're wrong because you don't know that I'm wrong.
This is the problem with your theory. Ready?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, and I love that you want to believe in this, and so do I, but here's the problem.
Okay.
There's no law. There's no written law that says I'm not allowed to talk about aliens. And I mean at the top levels of clearance, like the most secret level. There is no world where if I'm a government official and I take a bunch of pictures and I come before Congress and I go, here's my evidence, I'm blowing the whistle, there are real aliens.
You don't think they would go after you for
I'd never go to jail.
Violating your top secret clearance?
No, because it's not violating my top secret clearance.
But it would be.
Nope.
I don't
Because
think you're right.
I'd never go to jail for that. Because I'd be like, you're going to put me in jail for exposing what everybody wants to know? The whole world would be like, holy shit, you guys kept this a secret?
But that's assuming that you have access to that material to extract
There are enough
it
people who
from
would.
wherever maybe not. Maybe those are the kind of people that wouldn't do that, Brian.
Listen,
you
my
fucking
friend.
communist. I don't like the way you think.
I'm shredding your UFO theories.
No, you're not.
Listen,
you think you are, but you're just using these establishment
You're allowed to
talking
talk
points.
about
You
UFOs
sound
and you
like
never
your
get in
dad.
trouble.
You sound like your dad.
Come on, man. First tell
you're
me
a
Andy
CIA
Schultz will beat me up.
stooge. You're a CIA
I'll call my dad
stooge,
right now.
And you're in here spreading propaganda to the faithful listeners.
Listen to
of
me.
this
Listen to me. There are no aliens, and if there are, we'd know about it.
Hopefully, it all comes out and people can legally talk about it at some point. But
can you talk about it without?
I know there's been multiple contact events, like straight up, like straight up contact events. One of them is revealed in the film, actually, but there are more. There was several of the people in my film talk about an event that happened at Halleman Air Force Base where 2 non-human crafts approached the base. One landed. Beings walked out and interacted with Air Force officials and CIA officials. And a couple people go on the record talking about that in the film. But there have been other events, I've been told.
How are those beings described?
They were described as tall, slender, humanoid. And the another thing that I heard that gave me chills was that someone involved with a recovery interacted with a non-human being that was dying and heard thoughts in his head that said, you humans don't know your full potential. And that was said to me by a very senior, older guy from the intelligence community. And I thought that was pretty incredible. Also, just the extent to which the legacy program is real. This isn't like 50 guys, sitting in a quiet, dark room. You're talking about a massive program with thousands of people going to work every day and dealing with this. And to me, that is mind-blowing,
Yeah.
The guy next to you at the pizza place, on a Saturday night might be working on this during the day,
Right.
The guy who, the other father at your kid's Little League game.
Yeah.
This is what he deals with, right? The fact that is a thing. And, we had a similar dynamic for the Manhattan Project. There were always people working on it and they kept it secret, right? And their neighbors and friends didn't know. But this is that on steroids. So, after the Manhattan Project, which had a budget in the billions, this situation arose. And it had to be even more secret than the Manhattan Project because the Manhattan Project, we found out in hindsight, leaked, right? There were moles.
Right.
So we needed to make this even more secret and give it more money and more resources and more, counter intel.
And more threats.
Which is counter intel, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, threats if you reveal those secrets. But it's like the more this stuff gets discussed, the more I go back to what Lazar said. Because what Lazar is describing from the 1980s is exactly what these people are saying now. They've had these things. They've been trying to figure them out. They've been working on them. At least in the 1980s, they hadn't totally cracked it yet. But they did know how to operate them and that they would do these tests. But everything was so compartmentalized. He said he wasn't allowed to talk to the metallurgist. There was different people that were assigned to it.
Yeah.
What they were assigned to do was to try to figure out how the propulsion system worked.
Yeah.
And then there was other people that were assigned to try to figure out how the metallurgy was formed. Because whatever it was seemed like it was 3D printed. It didn't have any seams.
Yeah.
And when he talks about it, it sounds exactly like what people are talking about today. which is really bananas.
Yeah.
Because this is late 1980s, and he's the first guy to crack through with this stuff.
Yeah, everything is so in that secret program. Everything is so siloed out where you could have one team of defense contractors who are working on one thing. They're not even told it's from an alien spacecraft. They're just told, here's the thing. It might be Russia. It might be China. Tell us how it works. you know?
Right.
They're just kept in a little bubble. And one of the issues now is that everything's become so overclassified and so siloed that it's actually hurting progress. And that's a lot of the scientists in my film are voicing that. And one of the other things I learned recently that isn't in the film. Jay Stratton, who ran the UAP task force, he told me that during that time, he had started a talk with one of the senior scientists, Lockheed, who was frustrated by how overclassified everything was. It even made it hard for the defense contractors to get the right manpower and brains on it, because not everyone can be cleared to do the work, right? There's all these like red tape hurdles to progress, right? And so they had made a plan to move one of the crafts that had been recovered that was in Lockheed's possession into the possession of the UAP task force. And then the task force was going to be able to put more brain power towards it. And then the head of science and technology at the CIA shut it down in the middle of the transfer. They had actually secured a hangar on a military base and prepped it to be a classified hangar that would hold this craft, and they were stopped. So the issue of overclassification.
Did they know what happened after that?
Yeah, the CIA shut the whole transaction down, and the craft stayed in Lockheed's possession. And then that particular leader within Lockheed died about 2 years later. So the effort kind of stopped. He had cancer. The overclassification is definitely a hurdle for this. And our competitors don't necessarily have that. Like there's no free will in China. She can just be like, hey, you're the smartest guy graduating your class. You're going to go work for the nation on this,
Right, period.
And here, the problem is no one knows it's real. One of the things I hope the film changes is it makes the scientific community know that this is a valid area of inquiry. This is real. It's a real situation. And there's a ton of problems for the next generation of engineers and scientists to solve, And so hopefully it inspires them and helps us make progress, because there's a lot of progress that could be made here.
Well, it certainly seems like it, but it's like one of the things that you guys propose in the film that I think may be the only way forward is some sort of a mass amnesty to all these people that did lie to Congress and probably misappropriated funds and maybe stole a little bit here and there. Like if that doesn't happen, no one is going to push to make this public. No one's going to push for like actual full disclosure, because it leaves them too exposed. And if they do have the kind of power that they must have to be running an organization of thousands of people working on something with unbelievable amounts of money being transferred to these programs, they don't want to let that go.
Yeah.
Like this is like it's a honeypot that they're drawing from, right? And they're probably still taking too much, or there's no oversight. You're still lying to Congress. And you'd have to have some national security amnesty program saying, look, in the interest of national security, it's critically important that we get all of our best people working on this. The only way we're ever going to really do that is to completely reveal that this is actually really happening. This is real crafts from somewhere or something. We have them. We'll tell you where we have them. And I think right now, people wouldn't even freak out, because I would think that people would freak out if there was some sort of official narrative of disclosure. But that's sort of been breached, right? The New York Times breached that in 2017.
I think this film is that. I mean, this is 34 credible people putting their reputation and name on the line, which I honestly, Joe, I think it's stronger evidence than any video or photo. These days, you could put a 4K video of a giant craft over Vandenberg, and half the human population will say it's AI or created some visual effects program. But someone of note putting their name and reputation on the line, their career on the line, the rest of their lives on the line, to say this is what I know to be true. To me, that's the greatest evidence that exists. But I do think, to your point, amnesty is something that's gonna have to be figured out, because while it's hard for anyone to accept letting people off the hook for wrongdoings, right? It is it does seem like it's in the best interest of the bigger picture.
100%.
Because these people just aren't good. They have no incentive to come forward with what they've learned. And so to quote Rubio in the film, he says, look, this is not a endeavor to go and punish anyone, but we need to know what they learned.
Right.
And I think he's totally dead on. And,
is he in favor of some sort of an amnesty program as well?
Yeah, he says on camera in the film, he's like, I'm not trying to punish anyone. I need to know what they learned because taxpayers paid for this and it's in our interest to know what's going on. But the other thing that's needed is real whistleblower protection, not the whistleblower protection that's been passed so far, like much stronger legal protections, so that people like the folks I talked to, the special forces guys I talked to, were going to come forward and then decided they thought to be forfeiting their lives. You've got to change that set of circumstances. You got to make those people feel like that's not going to happen to them.
Right.
And what I think ultimately is going to have to happen, and I wouldn't be surprised, man, if it happens soon after the film comes out, I think a sitting president has to step to the microphone and say, definitively, humanity's not alone in the universe. We have recovered technology of non-human origin. So have other nations. There is a high-stakes secret Cold War race to reverse engineer this technology. We need to win this race, and the U.S. intends to lead in this new chapter. I think that needs to happen, like a level set of basic facts, and I really do think it will happen.
Well, if that is going to happen, I think Trump might be the only guy that's willing to do something crazy.
I think it's very likely that he does that. I know that he is aware of the film. I know he's aware of what people in his administration say.
Has he watched it? You know that?
He has not watched the film, but I know he's very aware of it, and I know that they are discussing internally how they're going to react to the film publicly. And I also know that he has very recently, tasked Tulsi Gabbard with getting to the bottom of the situation and finding out for him what he needs to know that he doesn't know.
Really?
Yeah. And as Rubio said in the film, Rubio says on camera, on the record, on the film, that this has been kept from sitting presidents. And he goes into detail on how that's been done and how it's the career bureaucrats in certain elements of the government that control this information and just wait presidents out and don't feel like they have a need to know.
Right. Well, there were some people that tried to find information out in the beginning of the Trump administration. Who was it? There was someone that talked about it on record and said he was told at every turn that you don't have the clearance.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Trump actually found out about the base facts in his last presidency and was contemplating stepping to the microphone then.
What base facts?
So Jay Stratton, who ran the task force, he says on camera in my film that he briefed that Mnuchin, the Secretary of Treasury, asked for a briefing on the lay of the land because Trump asked him to get the briefing, and Trump had already known that the base facts that we're not alone in the universe, that there's been recovery of crashed craft, right? He knew those base facts, and he told Mnuchin that he was thinking about going public. And so Mnuchin reached out to Stratton to get a briefing, and he told Stratton that the reason he wanted the briefing is because he needed to be able to evaluate what the impact would be to the economy if the president decided to step to the mic and tell the world we're not alone. And Stratton tells the story on camera in the film, and I've heard a lot more about it off camera. So we know Trump contemplated doing this already. Now I think the release of this film and Rubio's involvement puts enough on the table that it makes it easier for him to do.
I think they would have to have some sort of a plan in place if they were going to say that, right? Like the amnesty plan, the idea behind it would have to be in place. If someone's
at least grab control of the situation and say that this is real and the U.S. intends to lead the way. Because the other factor that the White House has to keep in mind is you don't want Xi or Putin being the guy to do that.
Right.
You don't want them to have that moment, right?
Right.
Something I was thinking about with regards to that moment of a president stepping to the mic, when we entered the space race, Kennedy gave that big famous speech, right? He was like, we're going to lead in space. Technology, space technology, like nuclear technology, has no conscience of its own. It's up to man to use it for good or bad, and we're going to make sure it's used for the betterment of all mankind, and we're going to lead the way. That was his whole rallying speech, right? And it made the whole scientific community be like, we're going to help the U.S. win, rah, 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 right? I think that's needed in this race. We need all the support of the scientific community, of academia, the kids coming out of MIT, we need them putting their brain power towards this. And I think the White House knows that. And it's also the greatest, that's the greatest TV moment a leader could have in the history of humanity. Step into the microphone.
Do you think Elon knows?
Look, I've seen him obviously talk to you about it. I think he knows a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think you get the contracts and the clearances you need to operate in space without some horse trading.
Yeah, when I went to SpaceX, I'm like, motherfucker, you know everything. There's no way you're launching these fucking things into space without them keying you in on exactly what's going on. He's just sly about it.
Well,
He goes, well, if they are aliens, they're certainly all subtle. That's what he says. Like, are they really? I don't know, man.
I think it's impossible to operate in space like he does and not be aware of everything. And also at the level he operates clearance-wise. I held a secret screening at the National Space Symposium earlier this year, which is the Super Bowl of the space industry. It's like 60 people, heavy hitters from the space industry. We didn't promote it or publicize it at all, but there were a dozen guys from SpaceX there, and they all seem very aware of everything revealed in the film.
Yeah, I'm positive.
Yeah,
he's my friend, and he won't tell me.
He's a legend.
He keeps a lid on it.
He's a legend.
But how would he not know if it is? And some people have told me he knows that know he knows some things, so whatever. But the point is, people are good at keeping secrets. That's real.
100%.
Even people that aren't notoriously good at keeping secrets are good at keeping secrets when they have to be.
Do you think if you put yourself, you've interviewed Trump, do you see him doing that? Stepping to the mic and telling us the truth?
Someone talks to him about it and convinces him it's a great idea. Like if I had an hour with him.
I mean, it's literally the single, in my opinion, the single greatest moment a leader could have.
Well,
in the history of the world.
If he could be the guy that blows the lid off of it, that would definitely help with his legacy too, which I think would be a good way to convince him. We're so vulnerable. And that's one of the weirder things. So first we should get into what you do, because you have a very interesting theory. Tell everybody what your background is, first of all.
Yeah, all right. That does seem like a good place to start. My background is in anthropology, biological anthropology. My research mostly focuses on evolutionary anatomy, biomedicine. I've done some archaeology, various places around the world, in Montana. But the reason I'm here, I assume, because according to my friend Matt, we were butchering a mule deer, I think I shot. And I was like, yeah, I got to go to this conference. And I was like, do you want to know what it's about? He's like, nobody gives a shit about what you do other than UFOs, man. I was like, damn it, he's right. Like, I did actually used to do a lot of what I thought was cool stuff. But no, the main thing is that I've become known for advocating for this idea that UFOs and the aliens are actually our time-traveling future human descendants. I wouldn't even say as opposed to extraterrestrials, because I do think that's a component too. I oftentimes get pigeonholed. People are like, oh, you just think they're all time travelers. I don't. I actually say this all the time, but it doesn't matter. I do think there's a lot going on. But my background and the reason I approach this question this way is because there's a lot of characteristics of these aliens that look so hominin. They look just like us. And specifically what we'd expect to see in our hominin future if the same evolutionary trends continue into the future. So I kind of just tie those things together. And even the saucer-shaped craft seemingly are time machines themselves. So that's kind of the Cliff Notes version.
Well, it's a theory that a lot of people have independently sort of come to, right?
Yeah, especially recently.
And the concept of, well, just if you just think about ancient man, I was watching this documentary on Neanderthals last night about this one intact Neanderthal skeleton that they found it had sort of been, he had died in a cave, and there's stalagmites. Is stalactites or mites? How do you say it?
Tights are up, mites are down.
So he was essentially mineralized.
Mm-hmm.
There was stuff all over the body, and it took a long time for them to break this body.
I think I saw that. Was that on Netflix?
No, I was watching it on YouTube. Maybe originally it was on Netflix. But it was just documenting how strange this body was that they had found. But it was immensely strong, like much stronger than us. One of the interesting things was that their visual cortex, the part of the brain that would process imagery, was larger than ours, 10 to 20% larger.
Yeah. And that so these things probably had better eyesight than us, perhaps even were able to see at night, and that this was a bigger, stronger version of a human being, like much more durable than what we are, modern 2025 Homo sapiens.
Yep.
If you just look, yeah, that's it. So that's one of them.
Cool.
Neither human nor Neanderthal.
Oh, really?
This is published in
Is this the same? This might not be the same one. This is maybe a different one. That's a weird one because what's that fucking thing on its head?
That's what it says. It's a stalactite growing out of it or something.
Wow. In a weird form. Weird.
Yeah, it's like a unicorn.
Yeah, like a crest.
They do have a sagittal ridge.
Yes.
Homo erectus had one. There's an offshoot in our hominid lineage called the Paranthropus or robust Australopithecines, and they had a full-on like gorilla-style sagittal ridge. Yeah, because they were vegetarians, so they just chewed all day.
Right, so they had massive muscles to chew.
Yeah, their whole face is huge.
Wow.
Neanderthals kind of, I mean, they were just big. It's
Yeah.
just a robusticity thing, but there is evidence from Shanidar Cave in Iraq where they were using their teeth as tools. We think they were like tanning hides. They were holding the hide in their mouth and then like scraping all the nasty bits off.
Oh.
And you can see that in the tooth wear. So yeah, they were pretty badass. They were the first. I don't know. I think this is cool, but a lot of people think I'm a nerd too. They were the first to use the flake. Like for 2.8 million years, we just hit a piece of rock and like, oh, this is a cool tool. But then they figured out that if you hit the rock in just the right way, the piece that falls off makes an even better tool. It took us like 2.5. Yeah,
this.
exactly.
You make an arrowhead.
And from that point on, like I got to work at a place called Chez Pinot-Jonzac in southern France for a summer, and it was a Neanderthal site. And we found these. Actually, it's pretty funny because when we first got there, these tools called MTA hand axes, Mousteri, and it was Schulian tradition hand axes. And there were only 8 found in all of Europe. And they said, if you guys find one of these, we'll buy you all the beer and all the cognac you can drink. So we're in the cognac region of France. And we found one like the 4th or 5th day. We went on to find 7 more over the course of that week. We doubled the number of these things in existence.
Wow.
In all of Europe. And they were not lying. They bought us so many damn beers. Like archaeologists like to drink. You know,
I'm sure.
We dig and it's boring as hell. You know, it's not Indiana Jones. We're not running around banging hot chicks and flying on planes. We're like, we got a spoon and we're doing this for 8 hours. So, yeah, I actually found the last one on the last day and it was by far the worst one. Like I had to argue that it should even count as one of these. But yeah, no, it was a cool site. So yeah, they were doing well, but we were doing better. We came in and replaced them.
Well, something happened where we replaced them.
Yeah.
But the point is, as time goes on, humans today are probably the most feeble version of humans that have ever existed.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And we're the most feeble versions of people that have existed within the last century, right? Like if you go back to humans from the 1920s versus humans from the 2020s, people have way less testosterone now, way higher instances of miscarriages, way lower sperm count. You know, there's a lot of factors that are at play right now that are changing what a human is. And if you extrapolate, if you look at the future, you would naturally say, well, we're probably going to be very thin. It seems like there's at least some sort of a push to eliminate gender. Like gender seems like it's on the table as whether or not it's even necessary. There's all sorts of new technological innovations that are leading to the possibility, at least sometime in the future, of an artificial womb. There's genetic engineering with CRISPR and a lot of other different technologies that are being explored that we might be able to engineer human beings and then even create a complete individual human being without a mother, without a father. So if you thought about what that looks like in the future, like one of our problems on this planet is we all have different ideologies, different religions, come from different parts of the world. We look different. And human beings as tribal primates have a tendency to other. We other different tribes. Those are not us. We are us. Those are the enemy. We go out.
You rally around it.
But if everybody's exactly the same and we share one mind, you know, then a lot of our problems go away.
Yeah.
If we no longer have to compete for resources, we no longer have the desire to procreate and to acquire land and to be, you know, to have a territory,
we eliminate a lot of our issues. And that's what these things look like. When you look at the archetypal, these iconic sort of shapes that have been on cave walls all the way up to Close Encounters of the Third Kind, one thing they share is that they have no muscle, they have large heads, they have big eyes.
And they're childlike. They're very paedomorphic, as we say. Yeah, you just tied together like a lot of really important points related to this theory. Aspects of why they're always interested in our gametes, why they come back and put that little machine on a man to collect semen, why they're constantly taking eggs from females and implanting fetuses, pulling them back out later. Like they're clearly focused on reproduction, gamete extraction, and one of the things that might be fueling that in the future, if these are future humans, let's just assume for a second, hypothetically, is that they might be having problems directly resulting from these trends toward self-domestication, these trends toward feminization, these trends toward reduced sperm counts, which is 60% across most populations of the world, in the industrialized world, 50% across the entire world. Problems with reproduction, in vitro fertilization, exogenesis chambers might help solve some of those problems, growing the fetus outside of the body. So yeah, and like you said, what do they look like? They look like kind of a hybrid between males and females to some extent, but there's still an essence of gender. Like if you talk to Whitley Strieber, he's with this being, he says in Communion that I had a sense that she was a woman. I don't know why, but I kind of sensed that. So it's almost like the essence of the individual, the soul of the individual still retains that sort of gender identity, even though our bodies are becoming more childlike, more gender indiscriminate. I don't know. But yeah, yet another one of those ways in which we might sort of grow together as a species.
Now, when you say they are extracting sperm, like how many of these stories do you take seriously? There's a lot of these stories.
It's a great question, yeah.
There's unfortunately for any sort of spectacular public thing that's in the zeitgeist, like alien abduction, whether it's Whitley Strieber from Communion or the John Mack books, the guy from Harvard that wrote what was it, Abduction?
Passport to the Cosmos and Abduction, yeah. Two great books.
Great books. But these are all books about encounters, close encounters of the third kind with some sort of a being from another place. Whatever it is, it's just not a human being, and it seems to be technologically at least superior to us.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be one thing they all seem to share is they seem to be able to communicate telekinetically or telepathically.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, they aren't human, but they are very human too. So for instance, like that's one of the main reasons I started exploring this. I was actually kind of put into this when I was 8 or 9 years old, sort of activated in a way and put on this path by a weird thing that happened to me when I was a kid.
What happened to you?
Well, so I talk about it in my first 2 books, Identified Flying Objects and the Extraterrestrial Model, where I learned about a close encounter that my dad had. He was a veterinarian in Northeast Ohio where I grew up. And he was out one night on a call with another guy. So there's 2 people. As far as Jalen Hynek's reliability scale, has more reliability because there's multiple witnesses. It's also strange on his scale because they crested the hill. There's a bright light. This is an Amish country. There's no lights in Amish country. And all of a sudden, this bright light darts toward them, hovers just above their truck, darts back to where it was, and straight up into space, like at incredible speed. So this happened before I was born, but I overheard him telling this story to some friends one night. He got Whitley Strieber's book Communion, as most people did in the 1980s, and as they should, because it's a great book. And I walked into the living room. The book is sitting on the shelf facing out. And I remember, like it was yesterday, I sort of stopped, and there was like this light, like a white light. And then I saw this image in my mind of like an early hominin, chimpanzee-like creature, a modern human, and then that archetypal gray alien from the cover with this information. What if they're related? What if they are us from the future? And obviously, I mean, that's why I became a biological anthropologist. People are always like,
so you saw this?
Yeah. It was like a flash, like a light. And, it's weird looking back on it because I know a lot more about these experiences. I've talked to people that have had these types of experiences.
What was the setting?
It was our living room. So it's like you come in the front door and just to the left there's this living room, built-in bookshelf, Whitley's books right there. I just turned the corner, saw it, and then like just kind of it just came. Like I didn't know shit about evolutionary biology.
When
I
you
didn't
say
know
you
about
saw
UFOs.
it, like you saw it how?
In my mind, just this white light,
Just an image,
and that image of the three faces, and then the question: could they be us from the future? And a lot of people are like, how'd you get into UFOs? Like, you're a biological anthropologist. It's the opposite. I got into biological anthropology to research this question of whether they could be us from the future.
Huh. So this, you felt like at that moment it wasn't just like a weird thought or a dream. It felt like a message. Like, what did it feel like?
Yeah. Yeah. It was a tasking. You know, I think Rupert Sheldrake said it that people don't have ideas have people. I think that was like hey, go do this thing. And I did. That's why we're here now talking about it. And obviously, you know, you got to be careful about like selection bias and confirmation bias. Like I didn't go into this. I didn't go into grad school. I also didn't tell anybody in grad school I was there because they would have kicked me out. But I went into it with an open mind, but I was there to study these things because of that event when I was 8 years old.
Wow. Yeah, it is a problem, the confirmation bias. It is a problem with wanting it to be real. And I struggle with that because I desperately want it to be real. And so every time I talk to someone, you know, I've talked to a bunch of people that are, you know, air quote, whistleblowers. And some of them, I think, for sure, have been sent in here to distribute disinformation.
Yeah, no doubt.
For sure, because it's a great place to do it.
Yeah.
I'll listen to you.
Yeah.
I'll entertain almost anything.
Which is great. We need that.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, I mean, obviously there's people that are going to take advantage of it.
But I think it's also important for me to say I'm not convinced. I don't know how much of this is horseshit, but it's not zero.
Obama talking about the aliens. I got a video on the screen.
Oh, perfect.
I want to hear it myself.
Yeah.
Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
The president.
I do now.
Maybe I'll get him out of trouble. I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegal aliens.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. That's hilarious.
What else?
This is probably a good time to see what Obama actually said. Have a listen. Distances between solar systems are so great that the chances we've been visited by aliens is low, and I saw no evidence during my presidency that extraterrestrials have made contact with us. Really.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. I hope he does.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Imagine you can get in trouble as a president for saying aliens are real.
I don't think so, man. I don't think he's gonna get in trouble for that.
Well, what did he say then? What was that?
They've been saying there's aliens.
Right, but what did he just say?
He just hates Obama. He's going like, oh, he's going to jail. I'm getting Hillary and I'm getting Obama for aliens.
They all hate each other and then they all hang out and shake hands.
Yeah. Yeah, whose funeral was that when like George Bush and them were handing out candy to each other? It was like George Bush and...
Well, George Bush and Michelle Obama are apparently friends.
Oh, they're buddies.
Yeah.
Friends? How about related? Barack Obama and the Bushes are actually distant relatives. Sam Tripoli came on the show and explained the connection. Let me play a little for you.
They're all related, which is very weird. If you you go back far enough, they're all related. Like if you study Obama and Bush, right? You know, because I remember when Obama was running, I was like, oh, change. It's going to be change.
Hope and change.
Hope and change. And then you start studying like the Bushes and the Obamas, and their first ancestor, their common ancestor, is a Hinckley, dude. Right? And you go...
Like John Hinckley, the guy who tried to kill
100%.
What?
Yes, their common ancestor is a Hinckley.
I'll stop it there. If you want to watch the rest, the conversation starts around the 3-minute mark of that podcast.
Okay.
Which everybody thought. But George Bush never engaged in like this insult kind of thing that Trump does.
It's true.
It's a different thing.
Yeah,
you know?
it's totally... No, that's
He was
totally
always
true.
very classy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially when you see the videos of him back in the day, like now you're like, man, this guy's like lovable.
Oh, dude, in comparison to the politicians of
That's
today,
what I'm saying, yeah.
he was like, oh, when is he running again?
The guy's a complete class act.
This is a bit of a side quest, but before we get back to aliens, let's watch a few of George W. Bush's best moments.
Too many good docs are getting out of business. Too many OBGYNs aren't able to practice their love with women all across this country.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Now back to the scheduled programming.
And then you're like, oh yeah, fuck the Middle East, forgot about that, but it's like...
Oh, yeah. Well, he had Satan on his side.
Yeah, true.
Dick Cheney was running around fucking shooting his friends in the face and hunting trips.
That's true. I don't know. I mean, that thing is like, was it classified? It's like now, but then if Trump's going to be like that, he gave out classified, then he's letting you know it's classified, so he's telling you the cat's out of the bag. So
well, he's saying I may declassify it. I hope he does. I hope this like gets him, because that is a weird thing to say. He's not supposed to be saying that. Well, that means it's real. He gave out classified information. That means there's real data that aliens are real. That's the only thing you could draw as a conclusion from that statement.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you would think.
I don't think I would try to come up with another reasonable way he would say aliens are real. You shouldn't say that because it's classified.
He didn't say the aliens are real part. Only Obama said it.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not.
Yeah.
That means it's real.
Yeah, it is, but that's such a crazy... If Trump was trying to keep it classified, you think he'd be like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I don't know, dude.
Being like, well, yeah, they are, but I can't say they are, and he's in trouble now.
Something that needs to be highlighted is on February 19th, Trump broke the internet with this post. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, UAP and UFO, and any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. Will we get the answer to the biggest question in history? Comment yes if you think Trump will release anything, or no if he's full of shit.
I told you I've talked to Bob Lazar many times.
Oh, yeah.
I had him on the podcast. I had dinner with him and Andrew Schultz. Schultz was in town in L.A. And I go, what are you doing tonight? And he goes, why, what's up? I go, you want to go have dinner with Bob Lazar? He's the guy that used to back engineer UFOs at Area 51. He goes, fuck, yes.
Damn.
I go, all right. So we went to Fogo de Chao in L.A.
That's awesome.
And we sat down with Bob Lazar and just got to ask him all these questions. I've known him for years now. So I've known him for probably, when I did the podcast with him, what year was that, Jamie?
2019.
2019. So I've known him for 6-7 years now.
Okay.
However it runs out time-wise. And he's always had the same story. He's a very reasonable guy. You hang out with, I've had dinner with him a couple times. Super normal guy. Doesn't seem like a big fat liar.
Question: do normal guys get involved with prostitution? In 1990, Lazar was arrested for aiding and abetting a prostitution ring. The case involved him helping a known hooker named Tony Bullock set up and operate an illegal outcall prostitution business from an apartment in Las Vegas. Lazar reportedly recruited her initially as a customer, helped modernize the operation with computer records of clients, took at least 50% of the fees, and expressed interest in recruiting more women. What a pimp.
Obviously a scientist. Obviously a very brilliant guy. I don't know what to think. I keep searching for some bullshit. I keep searching for something. He never saw any aliens. He never saw anything. He just was back engineering these crafts that didn't make any sense. He's like, he got there, he saw it. The moment he saw it, it looked like that thing. That's what it's based on. That thing on the desk, that's the sport model.
Jesus Christ. So he'd have to examine the motor or whatever, the mechanisms of that, and try to
they didn't
fix
even
it?
tell him what he was doing. No one's telling him where it came from. No one's telling him anything. And then he realizes the whole thing doesn't make sense because there's no welds. There's no seams. It's like it's 3D printed. And you have to crawl in it because it's designed for people that are 3 feet tall.
Whoa.
And there's no controls in it. It's like, what is this?
I shortened the Bob Lazar part in this conversation because we've covered it a lot on this channel. Go check out those videos when you have time.
Dude, that shit's so weird.
So, and then what that guy just said?
Yeah.
What Trump just said? He's not supposed to say that. It's classified.
Yeah.
What? Why don't you fucking tell us?
Well, I always wonder if they're going to try to do like a Space Force thing, where it's like WMD's the Middle East, we go to the Middle East. Now they're going like, yeah, I think there are aliens, and it's like now we get to do like Space Force shit.
I think if they're aliens, you can't do shit to them.
I know, but it's also like if you want to erect some weird defense thing in outer space so we can spy on China, it's like
Just a quick refresher on what Space Force is. The United States Space Force is the 6th branch of the U.S. Armed Forces, established in 2019 as the first new military service since 1947. Its mission is to secure our nation's interests in space by organizing, training, and equipping Guardians to protect U.S. and allied space assets, ensure freedom of operation in space, conduct space operations, and defend against growing threats from adversaries.
I think there's probably are aliens by the way. It's like I would imagine there's something.
I would imagine there's something.
Because the government, whenever they start floating out things, like I assume there's like an agenda. I'm like, all right, what are they doing?
100%.
Because they just dropped aliens on us out of nowhere, and everyone was kind of like, okay.
Well, it really started around 2017.
Yeah.
That's when it started to become legitimized, because that was when the New York Times printed this article about it. And they talked about these pilots and their experiences and these videos that they couldn't explain because these crafts had no heat signature and they were flying at ridiculous speeds over the ocean.
Yeah. I remember them just coming out with it, and then like, and then they started doing the UAP thing and all that stuff, and they were like, yeah, there's like unidentified crafts and blah blah blah. So I'm always kind of like, what are they up to?
Yeah, it's weird.
What the hell are these guys up to right now?
It's hard to know what's real and what's not real.
It's definitely a convenient time to distract us all. We have the Epstein files that seems to have never-ending information coming out every day, and potential Iran war escalation. I feel like they would need to show us something really crazy in order to shift people's focus. Like we need to see a 4K video of a damn UFO landing on the White House lawn with a 3-foot alien coming out. Let me know what you think down below.
But when you start talking to pilots and people that have experienced certain things, you just go, wow, what is this guy saying?
Yeah, and I don't deny it. I'm always kind of like, yeah, you probably did see that stuff, but it's like, I don't know, it's like...
Why is it classified?
It's got to be I would imagine it's military stuff where they're like, we want to use it we want to reverse engineer and use it for our military if this gets into another military's hands, blah blah blah. But then they're all spying on each other, so I would imagine they would know too.
Well, the people that I've talked to said that Russia and China both have retrieved crashes.
Really?
Yeah, it's not just America that has them. It's other countries that have them too.
Damn.
That person was film producer Dan Farah. If you want your mind blown, watch this video we did when he came on. He gets into other countries having UFO crash retrievals and even tells us how the U.S. figured out how to bring them down. Definitely worth checking out.
Supposedly, this is the big story. Supposedly, there's one that's so big that they can't move it, so they built a building around it. And that's supposed to be in Korea.
What?
Supposedly.
Dude, that's wild. That'll be the thing I always think about. If they come out and say, yeah, there's definitely aliens, like, what do people do?
Yeah. This is the building, supposedly?
Whoa.
A giant building in South Korea is often been cited as a potential UFO storage facility. Can you imagine if they just built it the shape of a UFO?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it, honestly.
That's so
I'm like,
crazy.
Dude, do a square building.
What's in that fucking building?
Just to add in, researchers and local experts have provided terrestrial explanations for the facility. The facility is actually a long-standing aviation installation of a type common throughout South Korea. Records indicate the facility dates back to the 1970s, whereas the giant UFO narrative often attempts to link it to more recent whistleblower claims.
I don't know.
Imagine if that's real. Well, I would imagine that place would have to be heavily guarded. Eric Burleson insisted on the existence of aliens, but admitted he has no definitive proof.
Okay. I was talking that video I showed you the other day who said he was going to go look at these places.
U.S. Congressman has claimed the classified facility housing a UFO is hiding in plain sight. Well, that's kind of hiding in plain sight. They literally made a little antenna on the top, just like this sport model. Look at this sport model. It has that antenna on the top. I don't know what to believe, man, but I know I want to believe.
Diameter, it says.
270 feet in diameter. Holy shit.
Thank you so much for watching. Would love to hear from you in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. See you in the next one.
But what if the real question isn't whether aliens are coming? It's whether we are psychologically prepared. Because history shows us something terrifying. Humanity does not react calmly to paradigm shifts. When we discovered the Earth wasn't the center of the universe, it shattered belief systems. When evolution challenged religious literalism, it created cultural conflict that still echoes today. When nuclear power was unlocked, We nearly annihilated ourselves within decades. Every major leap in knowledge has come with instability. So imagine this. Tomorrow, undeniable, globally verified evidence confirms non-human intelligence exists. Not rumors, not grainy footage, not whistleblower testimony. Proof. The first impact wouldn't be physical. It would be psychological. Religious institutions would rush to reinterpret doctrine. Governments would move to control messaging. Financial markets would react violently. Social media would erupt into chaos, fear, excitement, conspiracy, denial. And in the modern age, misinformation spreads faster than truth. Deepfakes look real. Fabricated documents circulate instantly. Influencers amplify speculation for views. Within hours, the world could fracture into competing narratives about what this discovery means. That's the real danger. Not invasion, interpretation. Because how something is framed determines how humanity reacts. If it's framed as a threat, militarization spikes. If it's framed as salvation, blind belief follows. If it's framed ambiguously, trust in institutions collapses. And trust, once broken, is almost impossible to rebuild. Here's where the educational lesson becomes critical. Science exists for moments like this. Science does not ask, "Do I believe this?" It asks, "What is the evidence? Can it be replicated? Can independent experts verify it?" Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That principle isn't cynical. It's protective. It prevents civilizations from making irreversible mistakes based on emotion. And humans are emotional creatures. Our brains evolved to detect threats quickly. We see patterns in randomness. It's called apophenia. In ancient times, mistaking wind for a predator kept you alive. Today, that same wiring can turn shadows into spacecraft. That doesn't mean everything unexplained is false. It means caution is wisdom. There's another layer that's even more unsettling. Throughout history, fear of the unknown other has been used to consolidate power. Wars have been justified, surveillance expanded, freedoms reduced, all in the name of protection. So if disclosure ever comes, the most important question won't just be, is it real? It will be, who controls the narrative? Because information shapes civilization. If advanced, non-human intelligence exists, it would instantly change humanity's position in the cosmic hierarchy. We would no longer be the most advanced known intelligence. That realization alone could trigger ontological shock, a deep psychological disturbance when reality expands beyond our current framework. But here's the empowering truth. Curiosity built civilization. Fear destroys it. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Our galaxy holds hundreds of billions of stars. Statistically, life elsewhere is plausible. The real mystery is not whether life could exist. It's why we haven't clearly seen it. Maybe distance is too vast. Maybe civilizations self-destruct. Maybe we are early. Or maybe we don't yet understand how to look. What matters is how we respond to uncertainty. If disclosure happens, humanity's maturity will be tested. Will we panic? Will we divide? Or will we investigate with discipline and humility? Because the scariest possibility isn't aliens. It's losing rationality. Stay curious. Stay skeptical. Demand evidence. Reject hysteria. Mystery is powerful, but critical thinking is stronger. And if something truly is out there, the future will belong to those who stayed calm enough to understand it.
Released. Aliens are real. I'm not 100% convinced. I'm probably like 90% convinced. But if they are real, I leave in the room for bullshit. It's like, Jamie, get a picture of your shirt.
If they're
Show
real.
everybody the shirt you're wearing while we're talking about that. It's a UFO. It says, can they see it? Believe that. That's shirt. Exactly.
That's a saucer, if I've ever seen one.
I think if they're here, they're not going to let us. That's what I think.
Well, that's what
I think they're going to swoop in and go, hey, hey, hey.
Well, that's
fuck.
I'm 25, right? I can't speak on anything, but just looking from past experience, and there's like drawings. Like
Right.
even in the Mona Lisa, there's a weird thing or whatever in the
Yeah, it looks like a
background
flying
and shit.
saucer.
But there's a spike. It's a spike in like because it's getting pretty weird here.
The spike, they think it's hard to tell because sometimes when people talk about UFOs, a bunch of other people hallucinate or lie. Like there's a lot of that.
Right.
So every time there's a real legit UFO,
Right.
you get a bunch of nut cases who just want to tell crazy shit
Right.
about being taken
And I
aboard
see.
ships.
I mean,
you've seen
I
a
never.
UFO?
Yeah.
What'd you see? What'd it look like?
I was probably 16. I was in upstate New York, and it would just stay there. So let me precursor this. My aunt and uncle were very strict, and we had to go to bed at a very strict deadline, probably 10 p.m. And I was looking out the window with my cousin, and it's just a light that just stays there and then just fucking goes off. I mean, it just, whew, you can't explain it.
Well, you're 17 at the time? 16? How
probably.
How strong is this memory when you're like looking at it, when you're trying to remember it?
Immediate.
Yeah.
But there's something there.
For something took off and did something that didn't make sense to you?
And then in Utah, I mean, there's shit happens all the time. I mean, even here in LA, I can't tell you how many times, because I used to live in Tarzana. So there was like a balcony here, and it looked kind of like, it sounds corny, but like a classic like force field. Whenever you think of a force field, and it just kind of goes like this, and it's kind of like a dome in a circular shape. And it just goes like this and goes back in.
Whoa.
In Tarzana. Look down at the fucking city. And I'm like, how did no one else see this?
They might.
But I was there with like fucking 4 other people, and they saw it too.
The thing about unique events is if a unique event happens and it never happens again, it's hard to remember. It's hard to be sure what you saw. It's hard. But if aliens are visiting us, like how often are they doing it? Like unique events would probably be what it would be.
Right.
It'd be like occasionally,
Right.
once every 6 months, someone sees one somewhere. But they're here all the time. They probably just know how to evade detection. I mean, if something can travel here from another planet, it's going to be able to know when they're being watched and when they're not being watched. That's
But
not going to be hard.
That's why you gotta wonder if it's like intentional.
I think there's enough talk about it now that we're probably going to find out what it is in our lifetime. I never would think that before. I think the government withheld information for whatever reason. Maybe they think people are scared. Maybe they think it's a threat to the national security, to have a bunch of people worried that aliens are flying around us all the
Sure.
time. There's nothing we can do about it. Maybe they had a conversation and they thought maybe it'd be better to keep people in the quiet or keep them in the dark so that they don't freak out, because there's nothing we can do about it anyway. If we just tell them that there's aliens that are visiting us all the time, that's not going to be good. They're not going to pay attention to taxes and mortgage rates and the stock market.
You know,
They're going
they
to be
care
like,
about
holy fuck.
uranium and
there's
shit like
aliens.
that.
They're around us all the time.
Yeah.
They're going to be, people are going to freak out. So I think like little drops of like this, the recent one they said, where they
what did the Pentagon just say?
Yeah,
literally
they
like
they
2
said
fucking days ago.
They covered crafts that are not from this world, not made on Earth.
Not made on Earth.
Yeah, not made on Earth. They're basically saying we don't know what the fuck it is, but we didn't make it. That's bananas. And I think that's going to lead to more and more information coming out about it, where we're going to try to get a sense of understanding, like how long have they known this? You know, how much of like all that Roswell, New Mexico shit was
Right.
true. Like tell
Right.
us what was going on.
And backtracking, you got to wonder if like, oh, we've been hiding this the whole time, or this is the first time for real that we don't know.
This is what I like. I like to think that the people that are in charge at the Pentagon are patriots, and they realize it's probably better, especially when you're dealing with the United States. It's in this kind of turmoil that they're in right now. It's crazy, between racial turmoil and turmoil with the police and turmoil with people protesting in cities and blocking traffic. There's so much crazy turmoil. they'd be like, no one's even going to notice now. Just say it now. Just say, yeah, we got UFOs. Like, everything is so crazy. The news cycle of any crazy story like this is only a few days, and then people forget.
Well, or it's just people already know, and it's just normalization. And you think about movies as just normalizing you to the idea that I can't even, like the Canadian, don't quote me on this, but a Canadian, someone in office was like, there's like 7 species of aliens in the U.S. government.
It would be crazy if it was true.
That's,
Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith.
Do y'all
were
remember
right
that?
All along.
Yeah, check that out. Please fact check that for me.
Is he a loony person, though?
I have no idea.
See, people can get elected and still be crazy. That's a problem.
For certain.
That's a problem. Just because, like, when you hear about someone having, like, a really high-profile job and they say something crazy, it doesn't mean they're not crazy. Just because they're the prime minister of some fucking country, they could be out of their mind.
What do we got? Something close to that. How close?
Canada's former defense minister claims that aliens are real. Apparently, there's a humanoid-esque race of aliens called the Tall Whites living among us. Huh. It's Adam Curry.
What publication is
Adam
this?
Curry.
Is this Vice?
Yeah, it's on Vice.
Adam
It's on
Curry's
Vice.
alien.
There's a few other places.
Well,
there's a few. So it's like a real deal.
Definitely seems like
Come on.
That's crazy shit.
Yeah, that is crazy shit. The thing is that guy nuts? Like, what else does he believe in? How does he feel about ghosts, right? When you think about like an alien sighting, like if you saw an alien and then you never saw one again for the rest of your life, it would fuck with your memory, even if the alien was real. If a saucer emerged in front of you and then took off, that's the same thing with a ghost. Like if you saw a fucking ghost, if you walked into your basement to go get a screw for something, and you turned and you saw an apparition of a woman who's like staring you down. Did you ever see that Guillermo del Toro movie about the lady who's a ghost who adopts kids?
No.
Dude, it's a dark movie. What is it called? Mother? What is it called? It's fucking creepy.
Is it?
It's creepy.
Do you like horror movies?
I love them.
Me too.
I love
I'm
them.
a dirty little bitch. I love horror movies.
I think it's called Mama.
Mama, yes, that's it.
Oh, is that?
Bro, it's so
that's not
creepy.
with 2 Swedish kids, right?
I don't.
Does she have 2?
This is it. This
two
is
sons?
Did you see this?
No.
She has 2 kids.
No, I haven't seen that.
She's well, I don't want to give it away. I don't want to give the story away, but it's crazy. She finds these kids in the woods and raises them. She's a ghost, and it's a fucking terrifying movie.
She's a ghost. Wait,
yes. And so
is that
people
a spoiler?
adopt the kids. They find the kids. I can't tell you anymore. I can't
Spoiler
tell you anymore.
alert.
I can't tell you anymore. No, you know she's a ghost from the very beginning of the movie.
Okay, good. Yeah, this is
can't-
terrifying.
Dude, it's fucking horrifying. It's a terrifying movie.
Well, you get the best of both, right? You get a creepy, like, mom style, and then you get
Yes.
creepy kids, which
You
are,
get
like,
both. You get a
double
kid.
terrifying.
What
movie
I
I'm
can't say
thinking
anymore
of?
without spoiler alert in it.
I think it might be called, so it's 2 kids. It might be Swedish or, like, Norwegian or something.
Is it the
And-
vampire movie?
No,
There's a vampire movie, a foreign vampire movie. Is it Let the One In? I think it is, or is that the American version of it?
Let the Right One In is a scary movie.
That's a scary movie, right?
Yeah.
That's a vampire movie about vampire kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the thing about a ghost is if you saw one and if they're just real every now and then, you saw one and it was right in front of you, you're in the woods,
Right.
you're going to walk your dog and you see some old man with no legs floating in front of you.
That's the one.
Good Night Mommy.
Yeah.
Ah, Good Night Mommy. What's this one about?
Same. I don't know.
Same kind of deal? Oh,
Spoiler-
Jesus Christ.
spoiler alert.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Save that for later.
Did you see something?
Yeah.
I missed it.
Some scary lady in the corner.
That motherfucker out. That's
Okay.
a good one.
I'm scared.
But you see him in the woods.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, if you saw some apparition in the woods and then you never saw it again for the rest of your life, it doesn't mean it wasn't real.
Right.
It just means it's really rare that happens. Like, that's a thing about a unique event. Like, imagine if you're an ant your whole fucking life.
Right.
All you've ever known is this anthill. Everybody's chilling. working every day, chopping up leaves, going out and getting popcorn or whatever shit it finds. And then one day some person comes along like Post Malone and just stomps the fuck out of that anthill.
Sure.
Till that moment, all that thing has ever known was that anthill. Never even knew that it was possible for something to, because it's been alive for a couple of weeks. And during that couple of weeks, no one's ever stomped on the anthill. But then it happens. And then you realize that there's no pattern to these things. Anything can happen. Like if you're a person, aliens can land. They can land on the White House lawn tomorrow and take over the world. And there's nothing we can do about it. Like that could be our new normal. Okay, fuck masks. The new normal is there's alien spaceships that hover over every city and they tell you what to do. And you have to work for them now. Forever.
To the ant argument, we're smarter than ants.
Yes, we are. We're, in comparison, probably dumber than aliens are. Like, we're dumber than ants are to people.
Well, you like all
That's a
these
guess.
celestial sightings. Yeah, I mean, this is all spitballing here.
But
celestial sightings documented throughout history.
Throughout history.
Hey, I just made a fire. This is dope, right? Fire's cool. But what the fuck is that? That has to be God. Like, man has always looked up for answers.
It's true.
And so that's why it's a scary thing. Because do they want to hurt us, or did we come from them?
I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible that we're a product of genetic manipulation. I don't know if we are. I know we're definitely primates.
We're just
so different than every other monkey. All the other monkeys are covered in hair. This is this weird semi-hairless monkey. You know, who knows how to use electronics? Who knows how to send video through the sky?
You know the Aki?
Yes.
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 If Lou was here, I got a great friend, Lou. Shout out to Lou. He would talk your ear off about this whole deal.
To an actual archaeologist yesterday.
Or the Nephilim.
Bradley Garrett. Yeah, the Nephilim or the Anunnaki from planet Nibiru, all that Zacharias Hitchens stuff. You ever read those books?
No, sir.
The books are weird, man. You know what's weird? Like, there's stuff that he was saying in, like, I believe it was like the 1970s, where he was deciphering these texts. And one of the things that he said is, this is the craziest one of all. Humans were genetically engineered from lower primates, and they were used to harvest gold, and that the Anunnaki needed gold because gold is very plentiful here,
right,
and very hard to find, very rare on their planet,
right.
And they engineered humans to mine. That's why people love gold so much,
right.
If you think about like the usefulness of gold,
right,
gold isn't even remotely. It's unless you're making electronics, like. Gold's not the best metal. Like, why is it so valuable? Because it's pretty? Well, it's not even the prettiest shit. Like, rubies are prettier than gold. Emeralds are prettier than gold. Why is gold so goddamn expensive?
But where does this fit in?
Question. Probably just someone tricked a chick into thinking it was good.
I was reading about, like... Yeah, that's what... It's like one movie, she had a diamond, and then... popped off.
Let me finish the one because this is where it gets weird. They said that they needed it to hang in their atmosphere to protect them from the sun because they were losing their atmosphere. Well, we're losing our atmosphere. And one of the things that scientists have suggested is hanging reflective particles above the Earth, like putting them in orbit. All like a reflective dust in orbit so that it would mute out some of the effects of the sun. So what they suggested, what he was saying in 1978 is what they suggested in like 2018.
Right.
So when they're talking about how to fix some of the global warming issues, they were literally saying some of the stuff that was in this book that he was reading. He's deciphering these ancient Sumerian texts from 6,000 years ago.
No shit.
I don't know.
I was about to
if
ask.
his interpretation. He is just a guy who's a linguist who studies these ancient languages and reinterprets them, but it's very highly in dispute. That's the problem. Like you or I, we're not going to figure it out. We're not going to know who's right. It's too complicated.
Right.
But there's a website called sitchiniswrong.com, and if you go there, it refutes all of his. I don't know who's right or who's wrong, but it's interesting to see the argument. But again, whatever the fuck was going on back then, 6,000 years ago,
Right.
whatever was going on. They were writing about some wacky shit, man.
Right.
You know, they were.
And is the shrooms or is that?
Is it contact?
Yeah.
It is. It's not impossible. We could have easily been contacted by some other life form that's similar to us, but that's a million years advanced. We
Right.
could have been contacted all throughout history.
Right.
Yeah. 60, whatever the fuck it was, all you would have is a drawing and a story.
Well,
Imagine that.
Famous people. Who the fuck knows? But now, if you look at the last 200 years, it has accelerated like a motherfucker. And there's so much, like, 200 years ago, people would look at the Bronco or anything like that and be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what is that?
It happened so quick.
It's happening so quick right now. I mean, that SpaceX thing, they've already figured out how to get something to fly into the sky and then bring it back and land it.
It's insane.
Yeah. We're in a weird fucking time. And if the aliens come right now, it's probably the best time to come. We're going to be the most relaxed about it. No one's been able to work for 6 months.
I
right?
feel like everybody's,
People are scared to shake hands.
What are you going to do?
Everyone's terrified.
Are you going to high? Or are you
To
gonna,
the aliens?
Are you going to grab your bow?
Oh, high for sure. I'm not stupid. Come here for I'm not kicking
instant
anybody's
disintegration.
ass. Yeah, I'm not even interested in kicking someone's ass from another dimension. I just want to say hi. Tell me what's up.
Tell me actually.
I want to have an podcast. Can you imagine?
I call
Imagine
Tyler
some
up.
3 foot tall, 40-pound dude with a giant bulbous head and like antenna-like fingers, and he's explaining how they traverse space and time instantaneously.
No.
Can you imagine? They're making sounds, and you interpret those sounds no matter what language you're in all over the world. You instantaneously interpret
Well, it'd
what
be
they're
through
saying.
your brain. You wouldn't be able to hear them.
Yeah, they would do it through a podcast. They'd be sounds they make.
They
And
would
we'd have
do
to
it
realize, what
through-
is this sound, and
through
why do I understand what he's saying?
SM-78s.
They would hit you with some sound that's so complex, you would understand exactly what they're saying,
Yeah.
even though you don't know the language. And everybody would be like, what in the fuck is going on? Oh my God, there's an alien on the JRE. And that's what it would be. Me talking to some alien.
They better give you some more god money.
I think that's the least of our problems when the aliens come. That shit is going to be wiped
Well,
off.
that's what gold.
Yeah, we're going to gold miners again, folks. We're going to look for some sturdy person with a wide back. That's what's going to be
look good.
valuable. Thank you. But I mean, good enough to mine gold? I don't know. You imagine if that's life in the future? They come down, they go, you got 2 choices. One, we eat you. 2, you mine gold for us.
Are they?
Why wouldn't they eat us? They'd be like, listen, you guys are just protein. You're assholes.
They eat clouds.
Yeah.
Or like energy. They probably just eat energy.
Yeah, maybe they exist in some sort of
Dude, they're probably not
redundant
even fucking material.
Probably.
They're probably just fucking ethereal.
Well, maybe they figured out a way to make life. So maybe they figured out a way how to make life where you can transfer your consciousness in some eternal mechanical thing. Way more fascinating when someone like you talks about it versus some fucking random kook. You know, that's what makes me incredibly interested, is just your credibility and the fact that this is not, you don't have a history of seeing wacky shit that other people don't see.
No, just this one.
But it's on video, and that there's other ones as well. It's really strange. And I've seen people try to explain it away, and what I don't like about when they explain it away or attempt to explain it away is that they're trying really hard. They're not going, who knows what this fucking thing is? They're not looking at it like cleanly. They're looking at it like a quote-unquote skeptic. I don't like the idea of being a skeptic. Not that I don't think you should be skeptical of certain things. I certainly think you should be. But there's a lot of people that brand themselves as skeptics. And I think it's a lazy way to look at things. I really do. Because I think you're just looking for the holes in things without looking at it objectively. If you wanted to be a scientist, if you wanted to be someone who is a fan of science, then you have to look at it as a thing. Like, look at this information and let's study this without any bias, any preconceived notions. I don't think they're doing that. They're looking at it and they're trying to find a way where they can justify that it's fake. And they're just doing all sorts of mental gymnastics to try to make it fake. That video that you show where that thing slips off to the left and takes off at incredible rates of speed, that alone should freak people the fuck out.
Yeah, because people confuse all the time. Like, we took the video. No, it was another crew that took it. We watched it for 5 minutes with our eyeballs, and there was 4 of us, and we all have the same story. We all saw the same stuff. We all came back and looked at each other and scratched our head and said, "WTF? You know, serious? What was that?" You know, and then what do? You move on. We never saw it again. Yeah, I imagine they probably saw him on radar after that, but I think
they're probably seeing radar all the time. They just don't bring it to the attention of the general public.
Oh yeah, because if you don't, you know, for a ship, when they see something and you go, "What is that?" Well,
Right.
you don't have anyone out there and look at it.
Like when you're talking about, they were informing you that they were seeing these things previous to your mission. When you're doing this exercise and they let you know that they're seeing these things, did you say, "Hey, how frequent is this? Is this something that happens all the time?"
I didn't get ours was more of the moment of, you know, when he's telling us, "Hey, for the last 2 weeks we've been doing these things,"
Right.
And we don't know what they are.
But you don't know whether or not it was just those 2 weeks, or maybe it was a year ago. There was other similar situations, or
There's other situations that have happened out there, but I would say, you know, for this, I don't even know. One, you got to take it.
Yeah.
We have a tendency, if we don't know what it is, if we just ignore it, it'll go. You know, and I joke, you know, there was an incident it's probably not too far off the same time frame, where I think it was like the installation was doing her workups before she got decommissioned. An Oscar-class, a Soviet Oscar-class submarine surfaced behind her, right? And then it's like, go to battle stations, World War III. How did this foreign submarine get in our area and has been monitoring our workups? That's a big deal. I said, but now we go out and we have these things that are coming at will, and there's nothing we can do about it. We don't know what they are. We have confirmed sighting by 2 aircrew, 4 of us, planes, that said, "Look, this is not an airplane. This is not a weather balloon. This is not a blip. It has performance well beyond." You know, and the airplanes that we were flying at the time were literally brand new, right out of the Boeing factory. I mean, these were brand new, first Block 2 series that came out. And you go, why wasn't something done? You know, it's like, we don't know what it is. I think it's good now, you know, the moves that have happened over the last, 2 years. The original article came out that, you know, there's a new reporting for the pilots. The Navy's acknowledged, hey, these things, we don't know what they were. You know, they're starting to take it serious because, you know, I know there are other events that are not out, recent events where people have been called in to go, "Hey, I've seen this thing." So the investigation process is going on. You know, we don't stop. In the military, even if you take funding away, we don't stop. You know, we don't stop until we're stopped. So, you know, what's going on? You know, you go, well, ATIP ended. You know, they spent $4.5 million a year on it. I think it was $22 million over the 5 years. So you go, what are they doing since then? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's still people at this, and there's still people that are taking this serious. I will tell you that I won't get into specifics, but there are people inside the United States government taking this serious. And I've been down to D.C. twice to talk to folks, you know, behind closed doors, to go, "I want to hear the story," and I've got a lot of, "You got to be joking. I mean, this seriously happened," and I'm like, "Yeah, it did happen. It is real. You know, what are you doing about it?"
So what kind of people are you talking to?
High-level government officials is what I'll say. And most of that is because that conversation is between me and them, and I don't want people speculating, but you can say high-level government officials I have talked.
Well, that was always the speculation about, like, what would someone do if they became president? Well, the first thing I would do is I would tell everybody about the UFOs. I would ask immediately what's going on. And I always thought about it. I said, how many people actually know what's going on? And how much of the information? I mean, it's not like if they're dealing with something like this, like your experience, it seems like what you described is what is known. So it's this anomalous event where this thing defies our current understanding of technology, and then it's gone.
Yes.
And so what do you have? You don't have anything else other than that. Like, what other information does anybody have?
Well, I would say this because I've talked to Bob. We did
Bob Lazar.
Yeah, we did an event together, and I'll leave it to everyone it's up to you to believe Bob. I'll say this: Bob's a normal guy. Bob's not crazy.
He's not crazy at all.
Not at all.
That was the biggest thing about talking to him.
But when you look at it and go, because I had asked Bob, what he describes in the technology when he talks about his story, I said, well, do you honestly think we could, reverse engineer it? I said, how long do you think it would take us? His response to me was another 100 years. He goes, Dave, it was far beyond. He goes, the stuff that he says he worked on. He's like, he was on your podcast because I watched it. Hey, there was no wires. And because I had asked him when he said you first described the ship I got to see, he said, I used to say, they built it and then it was like wax and you'd heat it up. He goes, now I would say it was built with 3D printing because now with 3D printing, we can build things literally from the ground up and it's basically built as one, not panels, no rivets. It's just made. Right. And so when you talk about that and you go, well, it's still another 100 years. So you go, well, what if you had the technology? We still, if what Bob says is correct, we still don't understand it. And how fast would it take to understand that? I mean, if it's driven by something that we don't even Earth, which is when he talks about that element, we can't create it. We can create it for a microsecond, and then it decays, and we go,
element
okay,
115.
Yeah. So, I think we're still a long ways off. I'll argue with the people that go, are we really alone? On Jeremy, we used to go out on goggles. Out in the middle of the Pacific, there's no light pollution.
Goggles?
Night vision goggles, so we can see. Well, you go out at night, I'd be on like a tanker hop or something, just hanging out, not doing anything, driving around with the autopilot on. You just turn all the lights down in the cockpit so you have no light pollution, and you roll your head back and look up. There's billions and billions and billions of stars out there. And, I always look up because I'm like, are we alone? And I look up, well, if we're the only ones around and I'm looking, everything I'm looking, it's a pretty sad place. It's a pretty lonely universe. I asked my astroprof that once. I said, you believe in extraterrestrial life? And she's like, of course not. And I said, well, there's billions and billions of planets. You think we're it? I mean, just the probability of it, you'd go, oh, there's probably something else out there. And I'm not crazy. I'm just opening the possibility that we are not the only planet that has life on it.
I think people don't like to seem silly. They don't like to be foolish. And I think when people start talking about anything that's not proven or anything that's connected to a bunch of loony people that are making up stories, which UFOs certainly are.
Yes.
UFOs are connected to so many people that have made up so many stories. What was that gentleman's name from, you would know that guy. He was from another country, Billy something or another.
Oh, Billy Meyer.
Billy Meyer.
Myers, yeah.
Seems 100% full of shit.
Yeah, yeah. He's proven to have done tons of hoaxes with this, but here's the deal. Sometimes I think people have a real experience, and they're always like chasing that dragon, and they get UFO disease, and their brain goes fucking berserk, right? I know that there are people that have had profound experiences, and then they can't ever replicate them, so then they just start going crazy. And I don't blame them for it. But you got someone like Commander Fravor, when he saw that AAV, anomalous aerospace vehicle, his reaction was, I want to fly it. That's a pretty cool reaction. I'd like to fly it.
Yeah, imagine flying that thing.
Well, that's what my buddy, who was my XO at the time, Dell, I got back, that's happening. He looks at me, and we're just standing in the ready room, and he goes, hey, dude. I go, what? He goes, what do you think it is? I go, I have no idea, but it was pretty freaking impressive, and I'd like to fly it.
Of course.
And he goes, yeah. I go, I mean, it was, it's just like any pilot. You always want to fool this thing.
Of course. Yeah, of course. You're a driver. You want to drive the fastest car.
That's it. And you look at it and go, well, that's something we don't have.
Yeah.
This idea, maybe we're not alone, that some of these other stars have planets that are maybe technologically advanced. So the next thing people say, and, new eras are going to say, well, they're not coming here because the distance is so vast. Hold the fuck up. From the very beginning, when Bob Lazar came forward and talked about field propulsion, gravity propulsion, distance becomes completely irrelevant. So if we believe, and the radars are right, and Commander Fravor saw this thing moving like a ping pong ball in a glass of water, it's gravity propelled, that's why you can make those maneuvers without exploding, okay? Then distance becomes completely irrelevant for travel. You're literally warping time and space. You're falling into place.
Well, it's like the idea of showing someone a video on your phone long before video was ever invented. People would be like, what are you talking about? Like before photography was invented, which is shockingly recent, right? You had to draw pictures of things you saw. Just like those people that drew or painted those images of those men and whatever those things were with Christ in the background. The idea that we could understand what some insanely impressive technology from a planet that is nowhere near us could manifest. It's nuts.
Yeah. Bob Lazar talks a lot about this. Remember, he's a young guy, right? In 1989, he gets shown something. And all of a sudden, he's trying to interpret it through 1989 technology. So he said it looks like it was injection molded because that's what he had. And then I sent him this thing about nanotechnology and, working towards an atomic printer. He's like, dude, that makes a lot more sense. So he has to view it through where he saw it in 1989. However, I will say this, it is my knowledge that we understand exactly how these craft work. Our one limiting factor is our material science. We can't replicate, not the fuel source itself is another.
When you say we know exactly how they work.
Yeah,
what do you
it doesn't our laws of physics, this concept of amplification of gravity, this concept of gravity propulsion. We understand how things can move from point A to point B almost instantaneously. Our physics doesn't disallow it, but our material science and the fuel to create that machine that we have machines from other places. So we have.
What do you mean?
Well, Bob Lazar, whether you believe him or not, there was a program. I have other witnesses that I will be bringing forward about S4, where he worked. We have craft.
You have other witnesses that worked with alongside
No, people
Bob?
that operate Bob's account, in that they saw him get on and off the red and whites, the Janet flights that come on.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody that went to Papoose Lake and was stopped by non-military guards at that time. People that were aware of Site 4 and ET exploitation projects. One is an SR-71 pilot that I've been talking with for a couple years. So these people are coming forward now, and it's like I'm sick and tired of doing it. These little nitpicky things about Bob. Okay, there was a program. There was a back engineering program. They've admitted there are materials. So this is like the metamaterials you heard about in the New York Times, all that. We have materials associated with UFOs that are interesting.
What is that talking about?
So this was something that was launched in the first New York Times article, I believe, in December of 2017, that there is studies being done right now on materials associated with UFOs, right? So actual metals that have come off of, you could say, crashes or
Now, who is that explained that there was something, they were with Eric Weinstein, that was explaining that there was someone who reportedly has something along those lines?
Jacques Vallée has 17 samples.
17 samples. How
Yeah.
does one 17 samples?
Well, Jacques fucking Vallée, right? So he's the guy first ever for the United States military created a computer program for the study of UFOs for Project Blue Book. So he's an old school guy. They modeled him after in the Close Encounters movie. It's modeled after Jacques Vallée, the French guy. So he's kind of like been involved with this. He's had more access to government databases than any of us. He went around, collected samples from known, crashes or like when things will come off.
And what's the conclusion?
Well, they're studying them right now. There was just something on Fox about it. They're studying some of these materials and what they will find, because the ones they're talking about, I actually took to New Mexico and had 5 scientists study it about 5 years ago. I got my hands on it, got to study it. The famous parts they're talking about now. It's layered. And the way it's layered is what they're trying to see if it's anomalous elementally, or the way that the elements are bound together, and also the atomic level of layering is what's interesting. We'll find out if it's
explain what you're talking about. What is this thing that you saw?
Okay, well, there are a lot of different samples, but when you get a sample of something and you can see
How big are these samples?
The ones that I looked at,
Yes.
they ranged from about this size down.
audio.
They ranged from the
Size
size
of an orange?
Yeah, size of an orange to the size of a quarter. These are materials, right?
And are they materials from ash?
So that's allegedly, or there's a known crash. This is in the public domain rather than government controlled. So what I was looking at, or having the scientists look at, is isotopically and elementally. What are the elements that are in this? Are they engineered?
And what's the conclusion?
Well, I'm not. I'm going to leave it to the people that are doing it now, who have much better machines than I had.
Do you know any cliff notes?
Yeah, from what I understand, there's atomic layering. There are levels of, like we do with graphene. We lay down these layers that are basically oriented at a certain degree. That's how you get a superconductor or something like that. If you take a piece of graphene and it's highly machined, so doesn't deviate from that atomic layering, you can push it right through ice like a hot knife through butter. It's the weirdest feeling in the world, because you just take this piece of what feels like graphene and it just goes right through butter, because it's a superconductor, and the heat from your hand melts the ice. So that is a metamaterial. It doesn't occur naturally. Humans created it, and it has special properties because of the way it's atomically layered. So if these materials are from somewhere else, then we suspect that they're going to be highly machined, that they're going to be created for special use. So my whole point is our material science has not caught up with the physics that we understand for these field propulsion systems. I'm just telling you, believe me or not, but you'll hear more about it, that that our material science in 1989 and today is our limiting factor. And as our material science gets better as humans, we know how these things work. Now, the fuel source, that's a whole nother conversation. But as far as creating these machines, that's what we're trying to do. That's why there is secrecy. We're trying to exploit the technology because whoever exploits it first wins. It's a game changer. We don't want Russia to do it. We don't want China to do it. If we had a non-reactionary propulsion system, the world would look different instantaneously.
We're so vulnerable. And that's one of the weirder things. So first we should get into what you do, because you have a very interesting theory. Tell everybody what your background is, first of all.
Yeah, all right. That does seem like a good place to start. My background is in anthropology, biological anthropology. My research mostly focuses on evolutionary anatomy, biomedicine. I've done some archaeology, various places around the world in Montana. But the reason I'm here, I assume, because according to my friend Matt, we were butchering a mule deer, I think I shot. And I was like, yeah, I got to go to this conference. And I was like, do you want to know what it's about? Nobody gives a shit about what you do other than UFOs, man. I was like, damn it, he's right. Like, I did actually used to do a lot of what I thought was cool stuff. But no, the main thing is that I've been known for advocating for this idea that UFOs and the aliens are actually our time-traveling human descendants. I wouldn't even as opposed to extraterrestrials, because I do think that's a component too. I oftentimes get pigeonholed. People are like, oh, you just think they're all time travelers. I actually say this all the time, but it doesn't matter. I do think there's going on. But my background and the reason I approach this question this way is because there's a lot of characteristics of these aliens look so hominin. They look just like us. And specifically what we'd expect to see in our hominin future if the same evolution trends continue into the future. So I kind of just tie those things together. And even the saucer-shaped craft seemingly are time machines themselves. That's kind of the Cliff Notes version.
It's a theory that a lot of people have independently sort of come to, right?
Yeah, especially recently.
And the concept of, well, if you just think about ancient man. I was watching this documentary on Neanderthals last night about this one intact Neanderthal skeleton that they found it had sort of been, he had died in a cave, and there's stalagmites. Is stalactites or mites? How do you say it?
Tights are up, mites are down.
So he was essentially mineralized.
Mm-hmm.
There was stuff all over the body, and it took a long time for them to break this body.
I think I saw that. Was that on Netflix?
No, I was watching it on YouTube. Maybe originally it was on Netflix. But it was just documenting how strange this body was that they had found. But it was immensely strong, like much stronger than us. One of the interesting things was that their visual cortex, the part of the brain that would process imagery, was larger than ours, 10 to 20% larger.
Yeah.
And that so these things probably had better eyesight than us, perhaps even were able to see at night. And that this was a bigger, stronger version of a human being, like much more durable than what we are, modern 2025 Homo sapiens.
Yep.
If you just look, that's it. So that's one of them.
Cool.
Neither human nor Neanderthal.
Oh, really?
This is published in
Is this the same? This might not be the same one. This is maybe a different one. That's a weird one because what's that fucking thing on its head?
That's what it says. It's a stalactite growing out of it or something.
Wow. In a weird form. Weird.
Yeah, it's like a unicorn.
Yeah, like a crest.
They do have a sagittal ridge.
Yes.
Homo erectus had one. There's an offshoot in our hominin lineage called the Paranthropus, or robust Australopithecines, and they had a full-on like gorilla style sagittal ridge. Yeah, because they were vegetarians, so they just chewed all day.
Right, so they have some muscles to chew.
Yeah, their face is huge.
Wow.
Neanderthals kind of, they were just big. It's just a robusticity thing, but there is evidence from Shanidar Cave in Iraq where they were using their teeth as tools. We think they were like tanning hides. They were holding the hide in their mouth and then like scraping all the nasty bits off.
Oh.
And you can see that in the tooth wear. So yeah, they were pretty badass. They were the first. I don't know. I think this is cool, but a lot of people think I'm a nerd too. They were the first to use the flake. Like for 0.8 million years, we just hit a piece of rock and like, oh, this is a cool tool. But then they figured out that if you hit the rock in just the right way, the piece that falls off makes an even better tool. took us 0.5.
Like
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
You make an arrowhead.
And I got to work at a place called Chez Pinot, Jonzac in southern France for a summer, and it was a Neanderthal site. And we found, actually, it's pretty funny because when we first got there, these tools called MTA hand axes, Mousterian, it was Schulian tradition hand axes, 8 found in all of Europe. And they said, if you guys find one of these, we'll buy you all the beer and all the cognac you can drink. So we're in the cognac region of France. And we found one like the 4th or 5th day. We went on to find 7 more over the course of that week. We did a number of these things in existence in all of Europe. And they were not lying. They bought us so many damn beers. Like archaeologists like to drink. You know,
I'm
that's,
sure.
we dig and it's boring. So, you know, it's not Indiana Jones. We're not running around banging hot chicks and flying on planes. We're like, we got a spoon and we're doing this for 8 hours. So, yeah, I actually found the last one on the last day and it was by far the worst one. Like I had to argue that it should even count as one of these. But yeah, no, it was a cool site. So yeah, they were doing well, but we were doing better. We came in and replaced them.
Well, something happened where we replaced them.
Yeah.
But the point is, as time goes on, humans today are probably the most feeble version of humans that have ever existed.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And we're the most feeble versions of people that have existed within the last century, right? Like if you go back to humans from the 1920s versus humans from the 2020s, people have way less testosterone now, way higher instances of miscarriages, way lower sperm count. You know, there's a lot of factors that are at play right now that are changing what a human is. And if you extrapolate, if you look at the future, you would naturally say, well, we're probably going to be very thin. It seems like there's at least some sort of a push to eliminate gender. Like gender seems like it's on the table as whether or not it's even necessary. There's all sorts of new technological innovations that are leading to the possibility, at least sometime in the future, of an artificial womb. There's genetic engineering with CRISPR and a lot of other different technologies that are being explored that we might be able to engineer human beings and then even create a complete individual human being without a mother, without a father. So if you thought about what that looks like in the future, like one of our problems on this planet is we all have different ideologies, different religions, come from different parts of the world. We look different. And human beings as tribal primates have a tendency to other. We other different tribes. Those are not us. We are us. Those are the enemy. We go out, but exactly the same, and we share one mind, you know, then a lot of our problems go away. Yeah. If we no longer have to compete for resources, we no longer have the desire to procreate and to acquire land and to be, you know, to have a territory, we eliminate a lot of our issues. And that's what these things look like. When you look at the archetypal, these iconic sort of shapes that have been on cave walls all the way up to Close Encounters of the Third Kind, one thing they share is that they have no muscle, they have large heads, they have big eyes.
And they're very paedific, as we say. Yeah, you just tied together like a lot of really important points related to this theory. Aspects of why they're always interested in our games, why they come back and put that little machine on a man to collect semen. They're constantly taking eggs from females and implanting fetuses, pulling them back out later. Like they're clearly focused on reproduction, gamete extraction, and one of the things that might be fueling that in the future, if these are future humans, let's just assume for a second, hypothetically, is that they might be having problems directly resulting from these trends toward self-domestication, these trends toward feminization, these trends toward reduced sperm counts, which is 60% across most populations of the world, in the industrialized world, 50% across the entire world. Problems with reproduction, fertilization, exogenesis chambers might help solve some of those problems, growing the fetus outside of the body. So yeah, and like you said, you know, what do they look like? They look like kind of a hybrid between males and males to some extent, but there's still an essence of gender. Like if you talk to Whitley Strieber, you know, he's with this being, he says in Communion that I had a sense that she was a woman. I don't know why, but I kind of sensed that. It's almost like the essence of the individual, the soul of the individual, still retains that sort of gender identity, even though our bodies are more childlike, more gender indiscriminate. I don't know. But yeah, yet another one of those ways in which we might sort of grow together as a species.
When you say they are extracting sperm, like how many of these stories do you take seriously? There's a lot of these stories.
It's a great question, yeah.
You know, there's unfortunately for any sort of spectacular public thing that's in the zeitgeist, like alien abduction, whether it's Whitley Strieber from Communion or the John Mack books, the guy from Harvard that wrote, what was it, Abduction?
Past the Cosmos and Abduction, yeah. Two great books.
Great books, but these are all books about encounters, close encounters of the third kind with some sort of a being from another place. Whatever it is, it's just not a human being, and it seems to be technologically, at least, superior to us.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be one thing they all seem to share is they seem to be able to communicate telekinetically or telepathically.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, they aren't human, but they are very human, too. So, for instance, like that's one of the main reasons I started exploring this. I was actually kind of put into this when I was 8 years old, sort of activated in a way and put on this path by a weird thing that happened to me when I was a kid.
What happened to you?
Well, so I talk about it in my first 2 books, Identified Flying Objects and the Extraterrestrial Model, where I learned about this encounter that my dad had. He was a veterinarian in Northeast Ohio where I grew up, and he was out one night on a call. Another guy, so there's 2 people. As far as Jalen Hynek's reliability scale, it has more reliability because there's multiple witnesses. It's also strange on his hill because they crested the hill. There's a bright light. This is an Amish country. There's no lights in Amish country. And all of a sudden, this bright light darts toward them, hovers just above their truck, darts back to where it was, and straight up into space, like at incredible speed. So this happened before I was born, but I overheard him telling this story to some friend one night. He got Whitley Strieber's book Communion, as most people did in the 1980s, and as they should, because it's a great book. And I walked into the living room. The book is sitting on the shelf facing out. And I remember, like it was yesterday, I sort of stopped, and there was like this light, like a white light. And then I saw this image in my mind of like an early hominin, chimpanzee, like or a modern human, and then that archetypal gray alien from the cover with this information. What if they're related? What if they are us future? And obviously, I mean, that's why I became a biological anthropologist. People are always like,
so you saw this?
Yeah. It was like a flash, like a light. And, it's looking back on it because I know a lot more about these experiences. I've talked to people these types of experiences.
What was this thing?
It was our living. So it was like you come in the front door and just to the left there's this living room, built-in bookshelf, Whitley's books right there. I just turned the corner, saw it, and then like just kind of it just came. Like I didn't know shit about evolutionary biology. I didn't know about your mind. Just this white light image of the 3 faces, and then the question, could they be us from the future? And a lot of people are like, how'd you get into UFO? Like, you're a biological anthropologist. It's the opposite. I got into biological anthropology to research this question of whether they could be us from the future.
Huh. So this, you felt like at that moment it wasn't just like a weird thought or a dream. It felt like a message? Like, what did it feel like?
Yeah. It was a tasking. I think Rupert Sheldrake said it that people don't have ideas. Ideas have people. I think that was like this thing. And I did. That's why we're here now talking about it. And obviously, you got to be careful about like selection bias and confirmation bias. Like I didn't go into this. I didn't go into grad school. I also didn't tell anybody in grad school I was this. They would have kicked me out. But I went into an open mind, but I was there to study these things because of that event when I was 8 years old.
Wow. Yeah, it is a problem, the confirmation bias. It is a problem with wanting it to be real. And I struggle with that because I desperately want it to be real. And so every time I talk to someone, I've talked to a bunch of people that are, air quote, whistleblowers. And some of them, I think, for sure, have been sent in here to distribute disinformation.
Yeah, no doubt.
For sure, because it's a great place to do it.
Yeah.
I'll listen to you. Yeah. I'll entertain almost anything.
But yeah, I mean, obviously there's people that are going to take advantage of it.
But I think it's important for me to say I'm not convinced. I don't know how much of this is horseshit, but it's not zero.
Stop talking about aliens.
Yeah,
you piece
shut
of
your
shit.
fucking mouth
Who
and go
cares?
for a hike.
Forget the alien bodies. What about your wife's body?
Well, maybe she just got grace and she could handle someone missing. It's pretty funny though to say it that way.
I mean, I guess it's just.
Unless she knows something.
Where are they going?
Maybe he wanted to leave, and he's like, "Look, I know too much. I'm gonna pretend to go missing, but I'm gonna go to Costa Rica. Just don't tell anybody that you know where I went, and I'll send for you."
You know how weird it is to see the vice president saying that he thinks aliens are demons?
I did see that.
You know how weird just like living in it, like that's a dream. That's how you would wake up from that dream, and I would tell you, dude, I dreamed the vice president said aliens are demons.
Here's the question though. What were they talking about in the Bible? When they're talking about aliens and demons, when they're talking about like angels, what the fuck were they talking about? And are there different kinds of beings that can, for whatever travel method they use, whether it's teleportation or the Bob Lazar idea of gravity shifting, whatever the fuck it is they get here, why would we assume that they'd all be cool?
Right.
Like, and if some of them are, they talk about reptilians. Like, reptilian is a common experience that these supposed UFO abductees, and I'm not even convinced there's like physical abduction. I have a feeling that these people are out cold and something's happening to them inside their head, and they think they've been physically abducted. I think that's a lot of them. I think they have these abduction experiences, they come back, they have these contacts, and they come back. I have a feeling a lot of them physically aren't going anywhere. But it doesn't mean that something's not happening. And if all throughout history people have reported demonic possession and demonic influences, and why would we not assume that if we do things to us, like we engineer viruses to use as weapons on people? There's a whole research program, a part of the government that's dedicated to bioweapons.
Right.
You're not supposed to use them, but we just have to study them. If we do that to us, wouldn't you assume that any fucking super advanced species that sees us as territorial psychopathic primates with nuclear weapons, wouldn't you just manipulate us into all sorts of different ways, get us to do all sorts of different things that we shouldn't do, get us to commit crimes, get us angry, get us agitated, give us different algorithms that are gonna fuck with our head to behave demonically.
Right.
To cause us to collapse.
This segment taps into a profound existential dread. What if humanity isn't at the top of the cosmic food chain? The comparison between how humans treat lesser primates and how an advanced extraterrestrial species might treat us is chillingly logical. If a civilization is millions of years ahead, they wouldn't need lasers to conquer us. They would use sociological warfare. By subtly altering our digital algorithms, manipulating our politics, and amplifying our inherent tribal rage, they could orchestrate our self-destruction without firing a single shot. It forces us to question whether our societal chaos is natural or deliberately engineered by unseen observers.
Maybe the world is in a place where there is some kind of political benefit from talking about aliens, but I don't see how that really benefits a politician.
It does, 100%.
You think it does?
I disagree entirely.
Oh,
It makes
interesting.
me talk about him. I've been talking about him. Other people have been talking about him. People have been, you said, thank God that he's doing this.
Let's do the ultimate test.
Didn't
Jamie,
you say he's brave or something like that?
I did.
Yeah, there you go.
Jamie, can
See?
you look up and see if Tim Burchett has a book coming out?
I'll have him on.
I'm about to feel
I would
hurt.
love-
You must have him
Listen,
on.
I don't think he's a liar. I'm
I
not
don't
saying
either.
that, but what I am saying is, I don't know what they feed these people. I don't know what they tell them.
I don't know, man.
I don't think they tell you all the truth, and I don't think they ever would. I don't think they tell you the truth about anything, whether it's Jessica Lynch or whether it's UFOs or whatever the fuck it is. There's gonna be a spin to it that benefits somebody. If they have control over what the story is, there's gonna be a spin that benefits somebody. And if you're telling stories about aliens, who's gonna be benefited by that? Well, people that are doing secret shit that don't want you knowing about it, they blame it on aliens. There's a lot of technology they have to blame on aliens.
Not my Tim. I believe in you, Mr. Burchett.
Oh, I believe in him. It's not him that's the problem. It's the people telling him. He's a representative of the American people, right? He gets elected, right?
Right.
So it's like, why would you tell that guy? He's
What?
just another guy coming through the deep state. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, man. I mean, look, you're right. I need this. I need this. Like, I'm so, like, I get sucked into stuff so
I do
easily.
too.
and
I do too, but
need
I suck myself out a lot. Because
Yeah.
I think we don't. If they just came out and told us everything they know, this conversation would be over, and we would go, oh, okay. But until that happens, we're just spinning our fucking wheels. And every time someone says, if you knew what I know,
right,
I want to go, don't say anything until you can say something.
We're tired of getting edged out over here.
This brilliantly captures the collective exhaustion of the modern UFO enthusiast. For decades, the public has been subjected to a relentless cycle of hype and disappointment, a phenomenon accurately described here as disclosure edging. High-ranking officials, whistleblowers, and documentary filmmakers constantly dangle the promise of world-shattering truths just out of reach, hidden behind non-disclosure agreements or national security classifications. This perpetual state of anticipation breeds deep cynicism. It transforms a genuine quest for cosmic truth into a frustrating waiting game. The raw irritation expressed here resonates perfectly with anyone tired of hearing the truth is coming, while only receiving classified breadcrumbs.
Yeah, you're edging me. I want to.
I want to come. Yes. Yes.
I don't want to be involved in this fucking circle jerk around disclosure.
Right. I know. It's like, yeah, I've had that meltdown more than a few times where it's just
Check
like
my watch every day after age of disclosure. I'm like, any day now.
Any
Tick
day
tock,
it'll
tick
happen.
tock, tick tock. Nope, nothing fucking changes at all. Zero change. You know, you get more of these stories, but no real information, no fucking pictures, no nothing. No nothing unique and crazy.
I mean,
that plasma, the bubbles thing was pretty cool.
The bubble thing's cool, and also like the, you know, I like it's mentioning Corbell. I can't because I don't know what I feel like he's like he's really given me a sense that there is a method to this, that there is, you know, real legitimate work that's being done towards this, that it's real, they're here, they've got them, and we take for granted all the stuff we're saying right now.
Mm-hmm.
But we're able to say this because their work has let.
Is the Steven Spielberg movie conveniently coming out at this time, or is it just a coincidence?
Well, this movie's been in the works for years.
Oh, I know, but also, like, what they said back in the day was that they make these movies to
predictive programming
and tell us this stuff slowly.
Lube up the zeitgeist.
He was involved in the first one, right? He was involved in Close Encounters, which still is a great fucking movie.
Great.
It's so good, man. You go back and watch that movie, you're like, oh my god.
It's so fucking
ahead
good.
of its time.
Yeah. It's so good.
So ahead of his time. You know what he said? The only thing that he would change
What?
after he became a parent, he wouldn't have had the father leave.
Yeah. What dad would do that?
But he wasn't a dad back then. So, you know, you're just
Right.
making a story. You don't realize the consequences of doing that. You don't even think about it. You're just making a story.
Yeah.
It's only been in production for like 2 years.
Yeah.
It's not that long.
I think that's what we just said.
I know we said that's not very long. We've been talking about it on this podcast in this studio for 5.
Well, everybody has been talking about, it's not just everybody
I
in the
know,
world has
but-
been talking about disclosure since 2017.
I
So
mean,
from
it's-
2017, from that New York Times article, I think that changed the whole
Yep.
narrative.
Oh, God, I remember
And
when
then
that
the
came
videos, like the video, the Tic Tac, the actual from the fighter jets, that's nuts, man.
Yeah.
The video, the along with the radar data, that's nuts. Like whatever that was, and then Fravor saying that he saw something under the water that was waiting for that Tic Tac, or that the Tic Tac launched from, or whatever the fuck it was. It was merging with it, and that thing went down into the water again. They said it was huge, like those ripples. Like he said, this was some enormous object that was under the water. And more than one of these fighter pilots have had similar stories about enormous objects under the water.
Did you see they did release a list of footage that they've been shown that they want released. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, dude. I'm sorry, Jamie. Can you, it's like a list of, I don't know. I think it's one of these senators who saw this shit in a skiff or whatever saying, we want these released, but the names of what each of these are is on the list. And one of them is one of these massive underwater things. They have it.
I was told.
46 specific high quality.
Yeah.
secret videos.
That's it. Can you pull it up because it says the names of them, which is ridiculous.
Oh my God! I heard there's one that moves underwater at 500 knots, and it's big as a football field.
It's insane. It's insane.
The ocean remains one of the most terrifying and unexplored frontiers on our planet, making it the perfect setting for these anomalous encounters. The imagery invoked here, a craft the size of a football field, tearing through the dense, crushing depths of the ocean at an impossible speed of 500 knots, defies every known law of modern physics and hydrodynamics. It shifts the extraterrestrial narrative from the distant stars directly to our own oceans. If these 46 classified videos actually exist and showcase this level of technological supremacy, releasing them wouldn't just be disclosure, it would completely shatter humanity's understanding of reality.
Okay, this is what he says. Those with knowledge of a long list of videos, which include titles like several UAP in the vicinity of Columbus, Ohio airport and UFOs in formation over Persian Gulf, said the clips are shocking. You're gonna see some weird fucking shit. A source who has viewed the videos told the Post. Who's the source?
There you go. The wildest clip includes radar footage from thermal sensors, satellite images, and underwater photos of swarms of unidentified submersibles.
If this document confirms these claims, UFOs would no longer be treated as a matter of observation or scientific curiosity. UFOs would be treated as hostile targets and subject to lethal force over North American territory. We're gonna go to war with the UFOs because you know what? We kicked Iran's ass. It's too easy.
Oh yeah, it was easy. Venezuela.
We need the space war.
Yeah, gotta get them.
We need Luke Skywalker.
Most of these, out of the 46 requests, I think I counted maybe 5 of them were not after 2020.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's a July 18, September 19, September 19, one was 2010,
May
but
20.
the rest are after COVID happened.
Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
And there's no, doesn't say that, I don't know if they have to turn these videos over, but this guy was also saying in this article here that these are very specifically requested videos.
Because they've been shown, these are the ones they've been shown that blew their minds, and now they're saying show it to everybody.
Right.
For high res, in color, they don't want to be tricked.
Right.
High resolution.
So this could be an interesting next week, man. This could be an interesting.
What a great way to distract you from the fact that we're in the middle of a world war than show you
caused by
ships.
fucking Epstein
Yeah,
files.
I was going to say that 14th was the day that Pam Bondi's supposed to testify about the Epstein files.
Oh,
What?
she's supposed to testify?
I don't know if she's going to.
She's
that
not
day,
an.
but
Wait,
same
Bondi
day.
got canned, right?
She's not a
She's not
government
testifying
employee
anymore.
right now.
I don't think.
Is that true?
I just heard it on NPR, but I could be wrong about that. I think they said she will not have to testify now that she's no longer a government employee. I could be wrong about that.
What I read, and I don't know if this is true either, was that as a citizen, she can now plead the fifth.
Right.
As a government employee, she could not plead the fifth.
4 hours ago. Will no longer testify.
Weird, huh?
Oh, there you go.
Weird. That's weird that they've. That's weird.
Why ever testify? Let it go.
Yeah, let her go. Let her go. Let it go.
Let
Yeah.
it go. Do you really think that this war is entirely started because of the Epstein files?
I mean,
What percentage? 50?
I'm going 48 to 50. I'm probably more, but I think it's like the reason I'm hesitating is because what are the Epstein? The Epstein files are what's been going on. Like the Epstein files are like it's basically some kind of cultural UAP video. It's like this thing you've always wondered about or been afraid could be true.
Right.
You see, no, this is actually true. They're these super rich dudes who are doing depraved fucking shit happily. And like, God, what is it Metzger told me? And he, dude, I'm telling you, man, what I love about him is he'll tell you shit and you're like, Google that. That can't be real.
Oh,
and then
he'll pull
it's
it right
like, bleh, it's real.
Yeah. That's why it's so weird when like this UFO disclosure thing comes out. This guy.
Didn't it just come out today?
Yes.
A whistleblower?
Yeah. This gentleman, David Grush. And David Grush, let's find out who he is and what his credentials were. But he essentially said that they are illegally hiding it from Congress and they are illegally hiding it from the American people, but they have off-world craft in possession.
Who's the they in that?
It's somewhere. Well, it's in the things they're saying is. Oh, here, let's read it. Air Force veteran has made a bombshell claim that U.S. government has recovered materials that could be proof of UFOs, including an intact craft of non-human origin, but they are keeping it a secret from the public. David Charles Grush, a veteran and former member of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and National Reconnaissance Office, has blown the whistle on this information, speaking with several news outlets about the crafts. These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles. Call it a spacecraft if you will, non-human exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed, Mr. Grush told News Nation. Mr. Grush served as senior technical advisor for the unidentified aerial phenomenon analysis with top secret compartmented information clearance, according to the debrief. He also served as a senior intelligence officer in the National Reconnaissance Office. In total, he has 14 years of experience serving as an intelligence officer. So here's the question. Is that a PSYOP? Is this, we've got a non-human craft, a PSYOP? Like if I was the government and I was working on some shit and I didn't want China or Russia to know about it.
Rogan hits on a very pragmatic theory here. In the realm of geopolitics and advanced military technology, misdirection is a classic and highly effective tactic. By feeding the public and adversaries a spectacular narrative about aliens, the government could theoretically mask actual terrestrial black budget projects like next-generation drones or hypersonic weapons. It's a fascinating psychological angle. What if the greatest UFO revelations are just smoke and mirrors designed to keep foreign intelligence chasing ghosts? This highlights a crucial dilemma in modern conspiracy theories. Sometimes the lie is manufactured not to hide the supernatural, but to conceal the highly advanced yet entirely human military-industrial complex.
We could do some wild shit, some anti-gravity shit. I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. But it was a ruse, Mr. Grush told News Nation. People started to confide in me, approach me. I have plenty of senior former intelligence officers that came to me, many of which I knew almost my whole career, that confided in me that they were part of a program. He told the debrief that he's prepared many briefs on UFOs for Congress, but last year decided to provide hours of classified information and data about the Materials Recovery Program. Mr. Grush claims the Materials Recovery Program was shielded from proper congressional oversight. So this is what Bob Lazar has been saying forever. This guy's saying that it was going on for 80 years. So like this brings us back to the 1940s. I mean, this means like Roswell. This is what they were talking about when all the people that were at Roswell, that were at the actual crash site and the actual claim they saw bodies. And then there was 2 different aircrafts that were flown in to Roswell, New Mexico, and took the wreckage and flew it in 2 different aircrafts in case one of them crashed, supposedly. And they flew them to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This has all been documented. Now, if that was a balloon, it was just a balloon, why would they go through such lengths? And why are there so many people that have so many stories about Roswell? Why are there so many hokey, goofy fucking explanations of what happened, including it was a parachute, and there was human dummies, like crash test dummies that were evolved, they were crash testing things, like not according to the people that were there. What they saw was materials that could not be explained, insanely light. You would crumple it and it would immediately flex back to the stage that was out there. They found things that had some sort of writing that resembled hieroglyphs. They don't, I mean, these people, they could have all been full of shit. It could have been just some story, something happened and everybody told everybody, and you're playing a game of telephone, and the next thing you know, it's this wild story of bodies and little tiny caskets and and people being silenced. But the problem is the story is very universal. When they're all telling the story, it's real similar, man. It's a real, and the guy who was a part of the initial release, he went public afterwards and said that stuff that we showed the American public when they were sitting there, I forget the gentleman's name, but he was showing like a piece of a weather balloon, and they had this smile on their face. This is one day after I think it was the Roswell Daily Record. They had the front page of the newspaper that the government has recovered a crashed UFO.
I mean, I don't know how big the universe is. I've heard it's hard to quantify in size.
Yeah, that's it right there.
I mean, what do you think the odds are in all of the universe that we are alone?
It's not good. If it is, it's wild. If it's just us, it's wow. What a weird fucking aberration.
Well,
What
let's
a
assume it's
strange thing.
not us. So
Yeah.
for a species, I mean, we can look at where we are at. We can make it to kind of the moon before we start fucking up. Maybe Elon can get us to Mars, maybe not. But so let's assume that a species that was able to come like check us out is probably more advanced, probably more intelligent. I think they would run for the fucking hills. Why? Because we are idiots. And I think anybody who viewed humanity from a long enough, more objective lens would say maybe we can just leave this trash planet alone for a little bit and we'll come back after.
The guest brings a hilariously cynical yet profoundly grounded perspective to the Fermi paradox. Instead of assuming extraterrestrials would view humanity as a fascinating subject of study, he suggests they would see us as a chaotic, self-destructive mess to be strictly avoided. It's a humbling reality check. If a civilization has mastered interstellar travel, their emotional and societal evolution likely mirrors their technological prowess. Watching humanity fight over borders and resources might look to them like a dangerous primate enclosure. This commentary effectively flips the script. Perhaps the reason we haven't made official contact isn't because we are alone, but because we are bad neighbors.
Either they have killed themselves again and regrown into something better, or when they come and visit us.
And he's the guy he's ended his career to come out and talk about this stuff because he's like this is nuts. And if you're a real patriot, that's probably the thing you should do. And apparently, according to Sagar, he was talking about breaking points. The New York Times rejected this. The Washington Post rejected this. They didn't want to talk about it. This is the gentleman. So let's play this.
Do you mean? These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles. Call it spacecraft if you will. It's probably not the right parlance, but no kidding, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed. We have spacecraft from another species. We do, yeah. How many? Quite a number.
That's it. Where's the whole interview? See if you can find. Is that something you have to sign up for? What is it? What is it? News Nation. Meanwhile, that might be a 100% government-controlled organization that just promotes propaganda. That guy's working for them. You got to think about all these things.
I know.
News Nation. Who are these folks? Oh, interesting. He's their fucking centerpiece. Look at that.
Yes, he is.
He looks a little tanner than usual.
Can we save ourselves from ourselves, Joe? To go back to the humanity sliding towards the brink?
It's possible. Okay, let's hear this guy. Just play it. Let's just see what it's like.
Military program that has reportedly found wreckage of fully intact unexplosive
On the UFO question.
What conclusion did you come to at the end of your time on the UAP task force? The UAP task force was refused access to a broad crash retrieval program. When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles. Call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed. We have spacecraft from another species. We do, yeah. How many? Quite a number. You're kidding. No. I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. It was a ruse. People started confiding in me. They approached me. I have plenty of current former senior intelligence officers that came to me, many of which I knew almost my whole career, that confided in me they were a part of a program. They named the program. I've never heard of it. And they told me, based on their oral testimony, and they provided me documents and other proof, that there was in fact a program that the UAP task force was not read into.
Russia alleges the U.S. government.
Does it keep going? What else does it say?
The entire American public has been lied to for decades. Yeah, there's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral. You are saying to the human race, for the first time, an official intelligence representative at a high level from the U.S. government is saying publicly, we are not alone. We're definitely not alone. absolutely the data points empirically that we're not alone. Yeah.
Do we have bodies? Do we have species of?
Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
It's also harder for people to wrap their minds around the concept.
I don't know, man.
He might be full of shit.
Well,
he might be.
I'm fascinated.
He might be a government agent.
Well, to unpack that a little bit, so there are. I can only speak to it from a military perspective. So he was in the Air Force. There are programs, they're covered programs, or there are programs that you're not going to get read into. And just because you're read into one program doesn't mean you're going to get read into other ones. So his clearance, TSSCI, is not an uncommon one. It's the same clearance that I held that I was in. Having a clearance, there's two things, right? You have to have the clearance and then you have to have the need to know. So you could view him saying we were not read into another program as something that would be conspiratorial.
This is perhaps the most grounded, fact-based observation in the entire clip. The guest uses his real-world military experience to explain the rigorous mechanics of government secrecy. The public often misunderstands how classified information works, assuming a high clearance grants omnipotence. By clarifying the need-to-know principle, he dismantles the idea that every hidden program is a malicious conspiracy. Sometimes a compartmentalized program isn't hiding aliens. It's just a strict bureaucratic firewall designed to protect specific tactical assets. This injects a much-needed dose of reality into the UFO discourse, reminding listeners that government bureaucracy is often more mundane than mystical.
Or you could view it as like one program didn't necessarily have something to do with the other one, so there's no need to actually read them in. I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm fascinated to understand. It sounds like what he is saying is that the United States military is nesting that program, the program to go recover, and I would be fascinated to know how they are doing that invisibly. I mean, we're talking aircraft, we're talking identification early on, aircraft moving teams, and this, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of shit.
Right.
I'm not saying it's impossible.
But there are people that are coming forward. So it's not like they're totally being quiet, which is sort of
they're
in
coming
line
forward
with
with
human
a piece.
nature.
They're coming forward with a piece of a pie. I'd be
Right.
fascinated how all the pieces of the pie fed together. I'm not saying what he's saying isn't true, but watching that actually, for me, with my limited understanding of some of the stuff he was talking about, I have more questions that I would want to ask him.
Yeah, I would want to ask him too. We got to get him. Got to get him on here.
I bet he would come on here.
I'm just kind of going fucking.
I
news,
feel like,
whatever
though,
the hell it is.
I feel
News
like
Nation.
He went on a tour. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Oh, why didn't he contact us?
I think you might get more circular answers.
Maybe he did.
Probably asked too many fucking questions.
You might get more.
Ooh, maybe I asked too many questions. Maybe the word I get him
You
high.
ask good questions, though. Is he still in? I might not even matter. I don't even know if they probably allow weed in the current military. You might get more circular answers than specific ones. If you look at the answers that he was giving, and again, I'm not trying to discount what he's saying, and I personally, like I have said many times, I think it's improbable that we're alone. He was speaking in generalities and not specifics. He was talking about other people's experiences, less his own.
Yes, that's a good point, and that's what my question would be. What have you seen?
Yeah.
What have you seen physically with your own eyes?
Yeah.
What have you touched? What do you know for a fact?
And again, I'm not saying he hasn't had those experiences, but I would ask those same questions as well. And it's just from my understanding of how the military will compartmentalize, as all organizations who actually want to keep information, or at least delay the release of information. Compartmentalization is not a novel concept.
Well, that's what Bob Lazar said was the problem with the back engineering program. He said that science can't exist like that in a vacuum, and the propulsion experts were not allowed to talk to the metallurgists. The metallurgy experts were not allowed to talk to the biology experts. He said if they really did have physical bodies, the people that were working on the propulsion system had no knowledge of that, weren't allowed to talk about it. But there was all chatter. Everyone would talk about things, and apparently there was some sort of a debriefing they gave them, and in that debriefing he said it was so nuts. He said, first of all, they said they've been coming here forever, and they also said that
Rogan touches upon the Anunnaki, or ancient astronaut theory, blending science fiction with speculative anthropology. The idea of accelerated evolution attempts to bridge the gap between our primate ancestors and the sudden explosive development of human cognition and civilization. While mainstream science points to natural selection and environmental pressures, the suggestion of external genetic tampering taps into a deep human desire for a grand origin story. It's a captivating philosophical thought experiment. Are we the apex of natural earthly biology, or simply a cosmic science fair project? This concept keeps the audience hooked on the profound existential mysteries of our very existence.
We're a product of accelerated evolution, which is wild as fuck.
Yeah.
That human beings in general, why we are so different from all the other primates. I mean, that's always been the fucking conspiracy theory folklore. That's the fun one. You know, is that they came down, that's the Anunnaki that came down here and messed around with lower primate DNA and did something to it to create a human being.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for that.
Yeah.
That would make everything fun. And then I would think that the government would want stuff like this to come out if they were in the middle of like stealing money or doing something really wild.
Oh, the classic misdirection?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, if you're going to take something that gets rid of a certain amendment, or you're going to do something that allows you to infringe on rights or to impose some new sort of restrictions. And
bring the aliens out.
Yeah, bring the aliens out. There's this round thing that looks like a Tic Tac. If there is some sort of advanced propulsion system, some revolutionary way of moving through space and time that the U.S. government has developed, you know, in some Black Ops program, that seems very likely impossible. That seems more likely than aliens visiting us. But there's more than one incident, and there's a lot of these things. And the possibility of alien life in the universe, although we've never experienced it, seems rational. It seems very rational. And if you were going to study an emerging civilization that is both primitive and warlike and yet insanely technologically advanced, to the point where they have nuclear weapons, they can transmit video through the sky, they have propaganda, they have tracking of their citizens, like that's us. That's us right now. And while we are these territorial primal beings with fucking nuclear weapons, this would be a good time to start exposing yourself.
Yes.
And to stop this nonsense.
Insanity.
Yeah, and look, the reason why we named the rooms at our club Fat Man and Little Boy is because in UFO lore, that's when they started showing up. After the detonation of the atomic bombs in Japan, that's when the UFO sightings ramped up.
And they ramped up mostly in the U.S., right?
Yes.
So that's interesting because the U.S. was the nuclear power. So.
And we were the one who was doing a lot of fucking testing.
Yeah.
You know, and also we have all these military bases. Who the fuck has more military bases than us?
No one.
Who has more nuclear weapons pointed at other people than us? We have them all over the place. And there's all these multiple sightings and eyewitness accounts of like very credible people who say these things have hovered over military bases.
It'd be pretty cool if these aliens were benevolent overlords. And they were like, hey, my children.
Yeah. Or maybe even so advanced intellectually that the concept of an overlord is preposterous. And they're just biological management. They're just gardeners tending to make sure the weeds don't get out of hand and just like let this process continue to play itself out. Because this process of technological innovation it's the everything that humans do.
Yeah.
It's what we do at the pinnacle of our creation is we make better technology.
Well, I always wonder about fractals and whether or not, like, this idea of this being a simulation, this being, you know, like we are kind of replicating, we are creating machines and doing our best to create them in our own image, right?
Yes.
And that's interesting. You know, that's because the mythologies that we subscribe to are the idea that this God that we pray to made us in his image. Right. And we're doing the same thing now with robots and computers. And that's an interesting thing that we seem to have this sort of paradigm, this idea that that's the scaffolding for the way we think, right? And to what end? And why are we doing that?
Maybe it's the
and has
creation
it
of a
already
new
happened?
life form.
But has it already happened? Are we the result of that impulse that happened a long time ago?
I think we are the shit-throwing chimps that are going to become the nuclear physicists.
That's what
we are the shit-throwing chimps from 2001 that become Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think this thing that we become is integrated with technology. It's probably some sort of a hybrid. It's some sort of a cyborg.
That's wild.
Because I think we're already like on the verge of merging. You know, all this talk of like Neuralink and all these various things. We watched this video the other day of this guy who was Googling questions and getting answers in his head with his headpiece on. Have you seen that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Incredible, right? So how long before that is like, that's Pong.
I know, but that's...
And then you have the Unreal 4 engine in 2023 that looks like a movie.
No.
Like, how long before that technology gets to the point where it's just supremely advanced and we literally are like gods?
But my question really is also the idea that that's engineering, right? That's a tool.
It's innovation.
But there's engineering. So there are two aspects to it. One is getting information faster and stuff, which doesn't get you closer to truth, but it gets you information faster. There are endless facts. But more importantly, I always wonder, like, why we are given this. I really believe that human potential is pretty much infinite. Whatever you can imagine and beyond, we can do. And we are doing. We seem to be doing this. Like, think about how crazy that is. I can wear a headset and I can do things with my mind and look up the answer.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's magic. It's crazier than magic. But there's a way to measure that and quantify that and replicate that. So it's not magic. I can do it and I can tell you exactly how I get there, which is even crazier. So what is that leading us to? It is nudging us closer. It's like I think it's very significant that we're getting a better understanding of what it's like to be someone else. Yeah. We are. It's really hard to say that a Yanomamo Indian or whoever it might be thinks about things differently than I do when I know so much about how all these human beings, like someone in Iran, someone in Jordan, laughs and cries and bleeds at the same thing I do. You know, it's being prejudiced based on what that person looks like over there is becoming harder and harder to justify. Where it was before we knew about that, we were like, well, those people over there are quote unquote savages, or they're this, that, and the other thing. And I do think that we are getting a better understanding of what it's like to be each other and being nudged in the same direction. I'm not saying we don't.
No, I think
tribal,
that's true too.
But why? And it's interesting to think about where that's leading us to what understanding. And then when we have that understanding, what are we going to do about that?
Right, and are we going to pull it together? And are the aliens here to make sure that we don't fuck it up?
Yeah.
That's the beautiful idea. The terrible idea is that it's all us, and then it's all a big ruse, and it's all just drones that we're doing because we don't want China and Russia to know about it, but we have insane propulsion systems that operate on gravity and...
Yeah. I think it is us. I hate to tell you.
It seems like both. It seems like us, and it also seems like there's some shit that we just don't understand. And I don't know if those people are telling the truth. Because if the people that are telling the truth that there's biological entities, and this is what Jackie Gleason said that Nixon told him, and Nixon took him on, they were drinking. You know that famous story?
No.
Who knows if it's true? It's a legend. But the legend is that Jackie Gleason and Nixon were drinking. And that Nixon said, you want to see some fucking aliens? And they get on Air Force One and they fly to some Air Force base and they go to a place where they have a crashed UFO and they have biological beings that are in freezers. And Jackie Gleason sees this. And Jackie Gleason, after that, has a house built in upstate New York that looks like a UFO. He became obsessed with UFOs after it. There was a house, it was actually for sale at one point in time. Yeah, so he has this house that he had shaped like a UFO. And this is like, who knows if this is a true story, right? Because it's like, it was kind of sort of disputed. His ex-wife told the story or something like that. I forget.
I think that kind of thing is actually impossible to keep secret.
No, I don't think so.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
You think generational,
Yeah.
generations of government bureaucrats can keep something a secret?
Sure,
I don't
they
think
tell the people at the very highest level know about it. It's very few people. It's all very compartmentalized.
They're always...
They monitor everyone's phone calls, everyone's emails, everything everyone does. At a top secret clearance level?
No way. Impossible.
I don't think you're right.
Totally impossible.
You're definitely not right.
I think it's impossible.
Listen, man, they can keep secrets.
When?
People
Which
at high
ones?
levels of military can keep secrets.
Yeah, but they're
People
always
that-
rotating out. They're retiring. They're dying.
Yeah, they probably wind up fucking Hillary Clinton and a lot of those dudes.
Hey, listen, dude. This is not
That's a
this is not
verb.
Conspiracy Social Club. This
Might
is
as
the Joe
well be.
Rogan experience.
I am not willing to relinquish the idea that they could keep that secret.
Well, that's because it's
I think
fun
it's,
to believe in.
Yeah, but it's not just fun to believe in. It is possible. It's a physically possible thing to do. especially if you have the right people and they're indoctrinated in the right way with top secret clearance. And by the way, it's not like these people don't tell their friends. And it's not like there's a bunch of stories floating around, because there are. There's a shitload of stories
That's what I'm
floating
saying,
around.
but why would you, like, I would never keep that a secret. I'd be like, hey, you got fucking aliens.
Here's the thing. When you have senators and congressmen who find out about this, and they find out that military contractors are the ones who have access to this stuff, because the back engineering program has to involve someone who has the capability of recreating this. So who would that be? That would be the people that make jets. If you got someone who's making you a fucking a stealth bomber, and you have a crashed UFO, those are the people that you want discussing, like, what kind of things you've recovered from a fucking alien crash, and can this be replicated?
No, here's the problem with your whole
Don't
theory.
you know me, motherfucker? Because you don't know. You might be wrong.
This is your wrong. No.
No. Don't say you're wrong, because you don't know that
This is
I'm
the
wrong.
problem with your theory. Ready?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, and I love that you want to believe in this, and so do I, but here's the problem.
Okay.
There's no law. There's no written law that says I'm not allowed to talk about aliens. And I mean at the level, the top levels of clearance, like the most secret level. There is no world where if I'm a government official and I take a bunch of pictures and I come before Congress and I go, here's my evidence, I'm blowing the whistle, there are real aliens.
You don't think they would go after you for
I'd never go to jail.
Violating your top secret clearance?
No, because it's not violating my top secret clearance.
But it would be.
Nope.
I don't
Because
think you're right.
I'd never go to jail for that. Because I'd be like, you're going to put me in jail for exposing what everybody wants to know? The whole world would be like, holy shit, you guys kept
But
this a
that's
secret?
assuming that you have access to that material to extract
There are enough
it
people who
from
would.
wherever maybe not. Maybe those are the kind of people that wouldn't do that, Brian.
Listen,
you fucking communist. I don't like the way you think.
I'm shredding your UFO theories.
No, you're not.
Listen,
You think you are, but you're just using these establishment
You're allowed to
talking
talk
points.
about
You
UFOs
sound
and you
like
never
your
get in
dad.
trouble.
You sound like your dad.
Come on, man. First tell
You're
me
a
Andy
CIA
Schultz will be in the oven.
stooge. You're a CIA
I'll call my dad
stooge,
right now.
And you're in here spreading propaganda to the faithful listeners.
Listen to me.
of this
Listen to me. There are no aliens, and if there are, we'd know about it because it's
If
not
there is, you're
against
going to
the
come
law.
back on dressed like a clown. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's my bets I'm making with everybody now.
I'll dress up like
you
a
gotta dress
clown.
like a clown.
I'll do it.
What if the question isn't whether aliens exist, but whether we've already crossed paths with them and chose to forget? Think about that for a second. Because history has a strange pattern. The biggest truths, the ones that reshape everything we think we know, don't arrive loudly. They don't crash through the front door. They slip in quietly, buried under layers of denial, distraction, and disbelief. And by the time the public catches on, the narrative has already been rewritten. Now imagine this. Somewhere, in a secured facility you will never see, there are files, real files, not theories, not Reddit threads, not grainy footage, but documented encounters. Encounters that didn't make the news. Encounters that didn't leak. Because the people who witnessed them didn't even fully understand what they were looking at. And that's where it gets unsettling. Because the real fear isn't just that aliens might exist. It's that we might not even recognize them if they did. We like to imagine aliens as something obvious, metallic ships, glowing eyes, towering figures, something cinematic, something dramatic. But what if that expectation is the very thing blinding us? What if the truth is far more subtle, far more integrated into the world we already think we understand? There are scientists who quietly admit that our understanding of reality is incomplete. Not just limited, but fundamentally flawed. We assume we perceive the full spectrum of existence, when in reality, we only see a tiny fraction. Visible light alone is a narrow band. Sound, energy, dimensions, there are layers we don't access. So what happens if something exists just outside that range? Not invisible in the sense of not there, but simply beyond our ability to detect. That's not science fiction, that's physics. And suddenly the idea of hidden visitors doesn't sound so ridiculous anymore. Now add another layer. Throughout history, there have been moments isolated, scattered, often dismissed, where people reported encounters with something they couldn't explain. Not just lights in the sky, but structured objects, intelligent movement, behavior that didn't follow known laws of aerodynamics or propulsion. Pilots, military personnel, astronauts. These aren't random witnesses. These are people trained to observe, to analyze, to remain calm under pressure. And yet, when they describe what they've seen, there's a common thread: confusion. Not excitement, not certainty. just a quiet, unsettling confusion. Because whatever they encountered didn't behave like anything human. And here's the part that should make you pause. Many of those reports don't get denied. They get acknowledged, and then quietly shelved. No explanation, no conclusion, just silence. Why? Because sometimes, admitting you don't understand something is more dangerous than denying it exists. Think about the implications. If there are technologies, crafts, entities, systems that operate beyond our current understanding, then everything we think we know about power, control, and knowledge shifts instantly. Governments are built on stability, on predictability, on the illusion that someone somewhere is in control. But what if they're not? What if the people at the top don't have answers either? That's a level of uncertainty most systems aren't designed to handle. So instead, you manage the narrative. You don't lie outright, you just limit what gets confirmed. You release fragments. You allow speculation. You let the truth blur into fiction so completely that no one can separate the two anymore. Because confusion is controllable. Certainty is not. And this is where it becomes personal. Because whether you believe in aliens or not, the real question is about information. Who controls it? Who filters it? And how much of your understanding of reality is based on what you've been allowed to see? We live in a time where access to information feels unlimited. Everything is searchable. Everything is shareable. But that creates a dangerous illusion that nothing can be hidden anymore. In reality, the more noise there is, the easier it becomes to bury something. A single truth, surrounded by a million distractions, might as well not exist. Now imagine the most disruptive truth in human history, proof that we are not alone. Do you announce it immediately? Do you risk global panic, religious upheaval, economic collapse? Or do you study it quietly, for years, decades, maybe longer? And during that time, what else happens? Technology evolves, data accumulates, patterns emerge, and slowly, without ever making a formal announcement, the world begins to shift. Think about how often we've seen breakthroughs that seem to come out of nowhere. Sudden leaps in technology, materials, energy concepts that feel just slightly ahead of their time. What if some of those weren't entirely human? Not handed to us, but observed, reverse engineered, understood just enough to replicate pieces of something far more advanced. That's not a claim. That's a possibility. And possibilities, when they're grounded in patterns, are worth paying attention to. But here's the most unsettling idea of all. What if the presence isn't new? What if whatever is out there has been here longer than we have, not watching us in the way we imagine, but existing alongside us in ways we haven't fully grasped? Because the universe is old, incomprehensibly old, and we are very new. So new, in fact, that assuming we are the most advanced intelligence in our environment might be the most naive belief we hold. And if that's true, then the question changes again. It's no longer, are aliens visiting us? It becomes, have we been living in a reality that was never entirely ours to begin with? That idea doesn't just challenge science, it challenges identity. Because if we are not the only intelligence here, if there are layers to existence we haven't accessed, then our understanding of humanity, of consciousness, of purpose, all of it expands into something far more complex and far more uncertain. But uncertainty isn't something to fear. It's something to explore. Because every major discovery in history started with a question that felt uncomfortable. A question that challenged what people believed was safe, stable, and known. So maybe the real value of this conversation isn't proving anything. It's opening the door, encouraging you to look at the world a little differently, to question a little more, to stay curious in places where others become dismissive. Because the truth, whatever it is, doesn't disappear just because it's ignored. It waits. And sometimes the most important step isn't finding the answer. It's realizing that the question itself was never fully understood. So the next time you hear someone laugh off the idea of aliens, or dismiss it as fantasy, just remember, the most powerful secrets in history were never the ones people argued about loudly. They were the ones hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment or the right mind to finally take them seriously.